Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault.
Hello?
And you're
Procedural
charged
matters,
with
and
theft of a
unfortunately you have
firearm
not.
worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict's live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican Police Service Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Literally not true.
Oh, from sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good to have you back with us. And I said back with us because we were here just a little while ago. Some of you might have got a good night's rest tonight. We did not. We went to bed around 2 a.m. Just incredible situation with a hostage standoff in Bakersfield, California. And the hostage taker claimed to have a bomb. The FBI still, who is in charge of this investigation, has not given us any updates this morning, even though we have seen on camera what I believe were the two women that we saw through the window late last night waving their arms, trying to get attention in the corner of the office building. We've seen them exit safely and be reunited with family members. Still no word from the FBI about what happened. They're still saying that this scene downtown in Bakersfield is a active situation, but activity around the building indicates it's anything other than a threat. One thing I will tell you is that the bomb squad truck that looked like a taco truck that we were watching for a lot of last night, this is a still image. This is from Google Earth, by the way. The bomb squad truck from Bakersfield that was set up in the staging area has now pulled up alongside the Chase building. And we've seen some of those FBI SWAT teams walking away from the building. Some people said they were walking the suspect away. I've rewatched the video many times, and I don't see it. I see them carrying equipment. It doesn't look like they're carrying somebody on a stretcher or anything else to me. So that's our update. Oh, and look, here I am. I'm actually alive. Welcome. We're going to keep an eye on that. We're basically waiting for word from the FBI. There's really nothing. The scanner feeds are still shut down. They closed those down. They did sort of push those YouTube streamers who had video vantage points of the situation back from the scene so they could not really do anything or see anything. And we're stuck is what we are. We're just stuck. So waiting for the FBI, who's in charge, to give us an update. And also waiting for Judge Clark in Florida, in the Panhandle of Florida, who's on day 2 of a trial that we've been following. So we're trying to jump to that this morning. We do believe it's over. We don't know the outcome. Not confirmed. There's mixed messaging. Some people saying that the suspect is in custody. Other people wondering if the suspect has been eliminated. But we don't have any confirmation yet. One way or another. So once we get that, we'll bring that to you. There's just nothing to see downtown as they're sort of clearing out. I'm pretty sure Chase Building is not going to be business as usual today. I'm sure the police will take their time before they clear that building and turn it back over to the public. But wow, what an incredible day. And to all those new people who found our channel yesterday, welcome. Appreciate it. We picked up about 1,000 new subscribers last night. Which was wonderful. It was a lot of fun hearing from all of you and getting your input and feedback. A lot of people in California, close to the area, joined us to share information and give information about the incident. Praying for everybody's safety there still this morning as we wait for final confirmation on the outcome of that case. The FBI being in charge, the words will come from them or possibly Bakersfield Police, but Bakersfield Police does not have a robust presence on social media. They are sporadic, if at all. The one video we did get from Bakersfield yesterday about 5 p.m. California time, one update from an officer seemed to be filmed by like CBS 10 or something. It was a TV station that happened to catch an officer who was willing to film a TikTok for them. That's how it came across. But information has not flowed very, very quickly out to the public about this from law enforcement, other than to stay away, and they have it under control. And they're doing everything they can. And that's not enough for most people. So just as we saw with the Cavalcante manhunt, people who do have a little bit of information, maybe a different camera angle or a tiny peek into what's happening, got a lot of attention on YouTube with people like Dad's Gone Live having 15,000 viewers. We had RD on the scene, both of them providing some video feed for us. Just got amazing exposure on the internet, and because people want to know, and the authorities weren't talking. So there are conflicting stories. We can't really confirm anything. We have heard a few more details about descriptions of a bomb, possibly a switch, like a dead man switch type situation. That there was wires attached to people's leg, or some sort of a prop that was used that might make hostages think that the situation that was described to them by the hostage taker was actually as it was. We have not heard of any explosions or controlled explosions going on in the building. So just don't know what. Dad's Gone Live didn't stay up all night. This morning's feed, I'm not sure if it was him or RD, showed the two females, the red shirt and the other lady, being led out and embracing family members outside. So, Melissa, Chris, sorry, I'm holding off on you here. What I need to do is put you on screen like this and say, congratulations, Melissa, Chris, you were first in chat. And because of that, we're going to punish you. Yes, your punctuality and your promptness has earned you a punishment. The alliteration is on point today. Everything IP-related worldwide is your responsibility. You're so eager for the internet to be working that you're in charge of it for the rest of the day. So good luck and good riddance. Yeah, congratulations. Appreciate you being prompt here. Love it. Still nothing from the 14th Circuit down in Florida. Let's see. Dad's Gone Live was flipped off by the FBI. It showed it on his stream before he logged off. I saw that. An officer looked at his phone, looked right up, and gave him the bird. That's not very good. Not a good representation of law enforcement. Hello? Thought somebody knocked at my door. Intership. Whoa, careful how I'm a little tired, if you haven't noticed. So I'm going to try to do less talking and more watching today, as we, I don't know how many hours we were up, but 87,000 people joined us on the live stream over the course of that, and 1,000 of them thought it was good enough to come back. So what they didn't know, and this is something I'm not sure how you can really, warn them of, is that we do things here a little bit differently, and sometimes it's a little bit strange, and this is one of those things.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. I'm sorry, guys. That is all I have. I'm spent from yesterday. We're halfway through the work week. This is our morning zoo segment. I love getting hate mail from my mods. Just kidding, Greeners. Appreciate it. It was pathetic. 4 out of 10. 2 thumbs down from the adoption child, which is back on the adoption list now. Thank you. There goes all the new subscribers. It's halfway through the work week. We like to celebrate it. We do things a little bit differently. We do play music when a verdict comes in, not to celebrate the verdict because we play it before the verdict is announced, but to get everyone's attention. A lot of you are watching during your work day while you're at home getting things done or working out in the yard, and this is sort of just going in the background. Many of you are following a case but don't have the time to sit down and just watch the entire thing. I don't blame you. It takes a lot of time to do that, and so we do. I took some flack. They're like, I love this channel, but why are you playing music when there's a verdict? And that's why we try to let people know that this is the moment they've waited for. This is what they watched, and want them. And a lot of people want to be there live and see it happen, see it come in. So we do play verdict music when a verdict comes in, just to let people take a break and run back to the screen and see that crucial moment of justice being delivered, or coming to fruition. All right, we also do another thing. We sing happy birthday to people who have their birthdays. And we do that every morning. And today Philip has a birthday, and he deserves to be sung to. So I am going to sing, and you are going to sing. Yes, all of us are going to sing happy birthday to Philip. And it goes like this. Well, you know the song. So it shouldn't be a surprise. This is the same song you've been singing since elementary school and maybe earlier. But all of us, wherever you are, if it's legal and you're able, stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. All right, there we go. We're going to sing happy birthday to Philip and any other latecomers. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Philip. Happy birthday to you. Beautiful Messy Ball says, I'm not singing, I'm in an Uber. Have them sing along. Oh, we have to add Maya. Verse 2 will go for Maya. All right, little interlude. You know what to do. Join with me on Maya's. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Maya. Happy birthday to you. There you go. Philip and Maya, happy birthday. There are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. And I realize there are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be right here with us. And the privilege, the joy, the pleasure, that is ours. Hopefully we can turn that back to you. Make your day just a little more special. Or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. There you go. Happy birthday. And now the dancers, well, the pancakes are hot, coming off the griddle, are doing their thing. And the horse dancers, which is also a thing. Dancing horses. We love it. Thank you all. I have my earbuds in, and I'm not sure how good his English is. Oh, he'll love it. Yeah, it'll be the highlight of his day, Messy Ball. Happy birthday, Mr. PNW Wabbit. We're also going to do an air drum solo for the finish. If you've never played the air drums, today's a great day to start. Could be the peak of your air drum career right here. Is it Mia? Ra does not know how to pronounce Maya. We have to do drum solo for the finish. Ready? Join with me. Beautiful. Happy birthday to all who are celebrating. Now you can begin your day in style and party all day long. All right. Still awaiting.
You look good.
Judge Fleischer, thanks for weighing in. That's awfully kind of you. Still awaiting Judge Clark in 14th Circuit to finish his morning docket. He has some issues to take care of, and I think it's juvenile. I think he has some juvenile, which is weird because juvenile courts are usually different. But I think he mentioned he had something juvenile on the docket. And by that, I don't mean juvenile by topic, but by age. And so as soon as that's done, he said he would start with the case.
Hello.
This is an interesting case, actually. We've got two defendants who are charged with robbery with a firearm, and one of the defendants is charged with assault. The victim was shot by one of the guns, either the victim's own gun or by their gun. We're dealing with 22 caliber pistols, 22 caliber Glocks with extended magazines. It's the most gangsterish of gangster weapons you've ever seen. A big long clip coming out the handle of a gun. It's just a peanut butter colored gun, as it was described. The funny thing is, in this case, when the police showed up to the house where they believed the suspects were in, they ordered them out with a bullhorn, and one of the suspects came out with his hands up, gun in hand, and said, "I did it. I shot him. It was me. It's my fault. Sorry. My bad, guys." And the cops don't believe him. They, in fact, think the other guy who stayed in the house threatened that individual and said, "I've got one for you, too, unless you take ownership on this one." So the charges are interesting. You've got two former friends. druggy friends, right? They were together because they were in the same drug using circle, and yeah, they're now sitting side by side, practically just a couple feet apart in court, both charged with various aspects of this offense. So, when Judge Clark goes live, we'll bring that to you. Hopefully, if you see it, let me know, because he doesn't give us any warning. He just pops up on screen. Let's see. Red. So is Banfield sentencing today? I'm just trying to get all my hyperdecks in order, so we're recording the right thing. If Banfield is today, somebody, you can send me just the notes on that. Ooh, we got a new post in the last couple minutes from Bakersfield Police Department in California with a traffic update, because that's what we were looking for. Closures currently in effect between Truxton Avenue and 18th Street, and between H Street and K Street. That is the area surrounding the Chase building downtown. Please avoid the area if possible. Allow extra time for this morning. So obviously no one in that area is going to work in that building. So yeah, the only update we get is traffic. Of course, the police are saying it's not our job to update you. The FBI took over the case. The FBI is saying nothing at all. Like nothing. And I follow every FBI account. This will probably be FBI Los Angeles. That's where the negotiators came from. Banfield's Friday. Awesome. I thought it wasn't today. But FBI Los Angeles office is most likely where the hostage negotiator came from. He was, we know, an hour and a half away, which is about right for being the county just 2 hours north of Kern County. Just north of Los Angeles County is Kern County. So they're the office we're sort of keeping an eye on. I'm also watching FBI leadership, because sometimes, as we know, current FBI leadership likes to make the announcement. Sort of rank has its privileges, and when there's a camera, they try to edge in front of it. So without bringing politics into it, we're watching those accounts as well for any update, and we're hearing crickets, which doesn't make sense. Honestly, it doesn't make sense. You would think that that if this was successfully resolved, if all the hostages were freed, that information would be safe to give to the public. We know that the hostages that we saw freed, or the individuals that were in the building that were freed, they possibly were not hostages. I have to use that little caveat, because we heard last night that there were additional people potentially in the building that were not hostages, that would like to be out of the building, that were in hiding. So not sure exactly which ones are what there, but we heard that they would be officially reunited with their families down at the police station, probably debriefed down there as well. So that's going on this morning. Sacramento FBI is only reposting Bakersfield PD posts. This is terrible. This is terrible. For having all the equipment and expertise to handle a serious situation like this, their public information office is extremely lacking. There should be a conduit of information that has been vetted and screened and released on a regular basis back to the public, if for nothing else, to get the support of the public in staying away from the area. Because when nothing is said, everyone wants to find out for themselves. And that's when you have crowds of people showing up, and it becomes an event in and of itself, just managing the crowds that are trying to find out why nobody's talking about it, and what's the conspiracy that nobody's reporting on. It made national news and then no news very quickly. Last night, Dad's Gone Live had the FBI show up at his position where he was filming from, I believe in a car park a couple streets away. Okay, a couple streets away. We're talking hundreds of yards away and outside the barrier where the public was allowed to drive and everything else. But they showed up and kindly threatened him, saying, "We need you to not zoom in and show the hostages that are waving in the windows, because if you do, that will be impeding our efforts, and we're going to force you to move." So I didn't agree with that. I don't think that, and I think he did the right thing by saying we'll comply. But I think what we saw happening was the FBI saying, we don't know how this is going to end. And the last thing we want is it to happen on camera if it goes badly. I think that's what we got from them. And then crickets after that. And crickets is not the best way to handle an incident with such high interest. All right, I heard a buffer in there somewhere, and I missed it. I apologize. Why were people saying he was arrested? There was a video that was shown, I think it was by the National Desk on YouTube this morning, where SWAT team members, you saw the camouflage, the FBI logo on the back of the helmets, were leaving the building. They were carrying, some had like a ram, like a battering ram over the shoulder and a bunch of different equipment. And then there was a group of 4 of them, 2 at the front, 1 on the left. So let me do it this way. There were 2 at the front, 1 on the left, and 1 at the back, and they all seemed to be walking fairly close together that looked like they were carrying something horizontal. I think it's equipment. I did not see it as a person, mostly because one of the 2 officers at the front was also carrying his helmet down in his hand, and I think if he was escorting somebody out, he still would have been in full gear. So I think it was just equipment. I didn't see a body. I didn't see anything that looks like what we've been told the suspect looks like. It just didn't add up. But so does it mean the FBI watches Dad's Gone Live? Yes. Yes, they did. I can also say right now, this morning, that we had in our chat somebody labeled a monster, @labeled a monster on YouTube, which happens to be identical to the @labeled a monster account that was reported to be the suspect. And we had some chats appear in our chat last night. And I made an executive decision and hid it. I dismissed it. But that account had joined YouTube on April 25th of 2026. They were troll-type comments, and I don't know if it was someone who... I think it was someone who just tried to spoof that account, or basically make it appear as they were that person. And yeah, not cool. Not cool. So thanks for the quick response. That was my Mayday call. Yes, our mods caught that very quickly. But we did see some comments where people said that they saw that account, that YouTube user, in live streams making comments, and they saw some comments that weren't made on our channel. So it looks like there was somebody, probably a troll, going around and commenting in all the areas trying to stir people up. I think it's a troll. I don't think it was authentic. All right. Yeah, I saw the RD say it was a perp walk. I've watched that video over and over in slow motion. I'm not going to show it right now, but I've watched it. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I see a FBI agent with a beard and no hat on, but he's in camouflage. And I think if this gentleman showed up in camouflage, we would know it. And everyone appeared to be in camouflage. So, all right. Have they released any names yet? Not publicly. They've released nothing. As a matter of fact, if we went to the last public information release, we're just now finding out that 2 hostages have been released. They have said nothing about the 2 ladies that were in the windows waving last night and looking out the windows, the red shirt and I think the gray shirt. They've said nothing about them, and we have video of them coming out of the building and hugging their families waiting outside. It's crickets. It's crickets from that. So it might be later this afternoon. And it's possible they have to clear the building. It looks like Judge Clark is just now starting his live stream. Let's just take a quick peek here. Yep, he is just now getting to his bench. We are going to be following this court case today. As we get updates on the Bakersfield situation, I'll provide those to you. We can pause court a little bit and go. There we go. That one. Okay. Well.
Okay. All right.
There we go.
We'll have to wait till he gets in here.
As we get updates on Bakersfield hostage situation, we'll give those to you. But we're going to be watching this court case. We're waiting for...
If Alex dressed up, go ahead and bring him in, and we'll, as soon as Owens gets dressed up, we'll bring him in.
So they're not ready yet. It looks like the two defendants who are in custody are still in jail clothes. They're going to be wearing civilian...
Off the record.
Off the record. We're going to mute us. They're going to be wearing street clothes, so the jury doesn't see them in their jail attire. But we'll go back to them just in a minute. I'll keep an eye on that one and watch for them. Jessica, we have not replayed anything from last night. The only thing I've shown you is just the Google Earth view of the building, just to remind people where we were last night. The stream was very long. It was a lot of time. 87,000 people came and visited. That was really cool. And but we're going to go back to watching court. I will tell you, if you don't like court, we are this setup that I've been working on here in my studio, my mobile streaming setup, is designed to handle a situation like that, particularly to be on the scene when something like that happens with multiple cameras, where we can take feeds from other individuals around the world and bring them in live, as well as tie in our own pan-tilt zoom cameras that we can set up and zoom in and watch what we want. We're also working on getting night vision and possibly thermal cameras, which is down the road because it's ridiculously expensive, but we think that in the right scenario, especially a manhunt type scenario, that could give us some valuable information that maybe even might be useful to law enforcement if we're able to provide that. So all within operating from in a safe area with permission of law enforcement and their knowledge. So the state has rested in this case in Florida. They have given all the evidence they're going to give, and defense now, because there are two defendants, they have two lawyers, and both defense teams get to go separately. One of the defense teams has already made what's called a motion of judgment of acquittal, a JOA, where they ask the judge, they say, "Judge, you've heard all the evidence from the state. The state has the burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have not proven their case." And you can see that clears the something on your face. I forget what that comment is. Clears the nose on your face. That's it. And because of that, we would ask you to dismiss this case before it even goes to the jury, because you know the jury can't find him guilty based on the evidence that's been provided. The judge looks at it, and he has to look at it in the light most favorable to the state, the people who are prosecuting. And so if there's any evidence at all to each of the elements of the crime that have been charged, the judge will have to rule and say that in the light most favorable to the state, they have met that burden, and a jury could find them guilty. One side's already gone. The other side, the lady is going to, for the attorney for Dexter, is going to do her judgment of acquittal this morning. Probably takes about 5 minutes, and then we're going to be live, bring the jury in. The judgment of acquittal happens outside the jury's presence, and just so you know, you will be seeing the jury as they walk in. Judge Clark shows them. That's just how he operates his courtroom. All right. I missed all the Bakersfield. How did you sleep through that? It's like sleeping through an earthquake. It's all new to me this morning. Jersey Prods, I'm glad you got some good rest, but it was a long, long night. We went to bed around 2 a.m. And when I got upstairs, my wife was watching. Dad's Gone Live, and still following everything. So. And thanks, Dad's Gone Live, for the shout-out. We appreciate that. My wife caught that last night. I missed it, but she caught it. This is a little court case. It's a small one. It's only expected to last 2 days, and one of the days was yesterday. Jury selection was on Monday. We didn't watch that, but you can in this courtroom. It's a lot of fun sometimes to hear how lawyers and judges choose a jury. Right now in court, the attorney that's walking around on the bottom in that screen is the attorney that went to the gallery and just gave somebody a back rub during the break. So we don't know what that's about, but it's interesting. Why is my computer so slow this morning? We do have a couple other views we're going to try to bring you, like this one here. We can zoom in on these pictures. The court provides us 4 windows. The 4 windows we see are the judge's chair, the witness chair. And let me show you. I'll zoom in like this. We get the judge's chair. We get the witness chair. We have the media view, which is if they play any videos. And then we also have the court view. So I'll be switching around between those just to change them up. Unfortunately, I can make the picture bigger, but I can't make the pixels sharper. That is technology that just doesn't exist in this world yet to make the picture better than it is without using AI. And we're having a little bit of buffering, so we'll be over here for now. Let me reboot that computer. I see a couple of you have mentioned that Katie there. Thank you for appreciate. EDB has talked about she might be interested in collaborating to get cameras in the Karen Reed civil case. I have some technology and abilities to do that. We're looking at the options right now. I haven't yet reached out to her, but I will. I want to see if one of the big channels is going to take that, because honestly, if Law and Crime, or even KETV, KSL, Fox 13, any of the local channels in the area want to run with that, that might be a little easier, because as soon as I step up and say I'll do it, then all of them step in and I have to provide a feed for everybody, which can be a little tricky if it starts going national, if it blows up. So we'll sort of see when the date is for that one, and then I'll work with the Utah PIO for the courts on if we want to be the pool photographer for that. And we'll get with EDB as well. I know she's very interested in that. Let's see. Yes, Carmelo Anthony, cameras have been kicked out of that. Well, not kicked out. They haven't been allowed in. So the only information we get out is from people who are on the inside watching, or somebody who can access the record. A News Nation reporting hostage situation is still ongoing and the threat remains active. That's all we've heard, and it's been sort of secondhand coming from the FBI this morning. It could be because the building itself has not been cleared. That would seem to coincide with the information we got from the Bakersfield police this morning, saying that the area around the Chase building downtown Bakersfield is blocked off in a several street radius around this. So if there's an explosive there. Did I say Karen? Corey Richens. Park City case. That's who I was talking about. I saw the video he was carried out. Sherry, I saw the same video and I slowed it down, watched it over and over and over. I think they were carrying equipment. I didn't see a head. I didn't see feet. The attitude of the officers that were carrying him, as well as the positioning, it just didn't add up. It didn't add up to me. I don't think they were carrying the victim out. I could be wrong, but I just don't think that was it. I know people called it. They said, oh, here's the perp walk. They're walking him out. It just seems like the SWAT team was packing up their gear and going back out. They had finished their job. And they were sort of not in a group. There's sort of a couple people here and then a space and then a couple more people. It just didn't add up to what you might expect if there was actually a perp walk, if they had the perpetrator and they were walking him back. And I also think they wouldn't walk him all the way through town. They would bring a vehicle right next to the building and put him in it. So it just didn't add up to me at all. Linda, thanks for the kind words. Welcome. There is video of the hostages released. Also, the FBI has not confirmed that to our knowledge yet. We're waiting on that information to be officially confirmed as well. Let's see, we've got Bakersfield. The last update was the traffic closures in the area. And their previous update was 14 hours before that. So they've done nothing to communicate with the civilians in the area aside from that. How are you awake and streaming? It's a Christmas miracle. I went to bed right after we stopped live streaming, and I woke up right before we started again, so I did get some sleep. I hear this hostage thing's over now. They got him. Barb, there's a lot of rumors going around, but nothing that's been confirmed, and I haven't seen any video that they actually got him. Now, the fact that hostages have been released, that has been confirmed because we can see it on video, but it hasn't been confirmed by the police. So, yes, at least those 2 ladies we saw have been released. There may be others, or there may be additional work that needs to be done. It doesn't necessarily mean that they got him. Can't find any video of them walking out. Yeah, I can't see the perp walking out, the suspect. The 2 ladies in the video waving their hands are in the screenshot being escorted by FBI in camo. Those are the ladies that were by the window. We know that they're out, but we don't know anything about the suspect. Okay. Still waiting for our court case over here in Florida to kick off. Let's see if I can get my computer to work properly. Let me see if I can pull up an image of the hostages being released for you. IRT Media had this. Let me put this up for you. They were live streaming this yesterday as well. So give me just 1 second. Get this on the big screen. This is the video. I'll play just a bit of it here. That shows the family hugging the 2 ladies who were visible in the window. This was after they were freed, obviously, last night, and family all around them. So that's what they're talking about as far as the 2 ladies in the windows who are waving. And good work, IRT Media, sticking with it to get that video. Most of the mainstream media had all left after their 10 o'clock news hit last night, and sort of crickets after that. FBI still in control of the area. Let's see. I'll show this one as well. This was from this is a Twitter showing the national desk. This is what they said was them carrying him out. I see they're carrying something, but I don't see them carrying a person. It just doesn't make sense. He's got his gear down in his hands. Their hands are full. They're carrying a bunch of other stuff. I just don't see a person in there. But that's what they said they saw was the perp walk. Definitely not walking, I can tell you that much. That is a box. Now, there's various equipment the SWAT team can use. They have equipment that tries to see through walls. They have equipment that can see around corners. They have robots and various drones and hardware. When they say special weapons and tactics, I think that's one of those pieces of equipment. So watched the video where they released a bunch of people. Yeah, we just saw that. Saw them walking out on ABC7. ABC7 did show that this morning, the last of their update. They basically gave the same update we had last night and then said, oh, by the way, we saw this video this morning, but the police haven't confirmed it. I know it's sort of a battle sometimes between the YouTubers, the people who are on scene collecting video information, and the law enforcement who likes to be in control of the dissemination of information. Just tagged you with the New York Post article. It's updated 9:40. Says it's ongoing. We heard that from the FBI. That they say it's an ongoing situation, and the Bakersfield police having the whole downtown area cordoned off supports that theory. All right, looking at court now, it looks like Judge Clark is about ready to get started with that judgment of acquittal motion and then bring the jury in as we watch just the end of this case. There shouldn't be too much to it, as defense doesn't have a lot of witnesses. So let's... shrink this one down. Make this a tiny bit bigger. Let me show you one more picture. This is a still frame a picture shot of the women, the lady in red, the other lady being led out, FBI with helmets and camo with them, possibly more hostages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 or 8 people right there. It's possible all of them were in the building as well. So that could have been all the hostages being released. But no confirmation yet. The FBI says it's still an ongoing situation. I know we've heard rumors there was a perp walk and they caught him, and we know the hostages are out, at least some, hopefully all. What we don't know is if they've either eliminated the threat, or if he's still in the building. The actions of the officers outside the building would tell me there's no threat inside the building, at least not a serious one involving an erratic person. We were planning on watching the Wisconsin versus Zachariah Rash case. I've heard it's a snooze fest. I've heard it's terribly slow. We can watch it sped up because we're a couple days behind as we catch up. But if it doesn't speed up, we might look for something else. We didn't see the use of those colored tarps, which is great news. Yes, no injuries that we're aware of. No injuries. Obviously, that might not hold true once we include the suspect himself in that count. It is so slow. Hokey dokey pokey, or hokey pokey dokey. Some court cases you look at on paper, I'm like, this is going to be an interesting one. In that one, we've got, I think they call it the wife burn in the burn pit trial. You think, wow, that's got to be quite an interesting trial to hear. Some of these facts might be quite shocking, and then the trial itself begins, and you're watching paint dry. Like almost literally. You're like, I came here for what? And then other ones seem to be just fairly simple. Here's our last defendant. That's It's Nathan being let in. Nathan was known as Stubby. That was his street name, Stubby. But others look boring on paper, and then once it starts playing out, it can just explode. This one has been quite interesting. If we watched yesterday's interrogation, wow, probably most F words in a minute. This would be a contender. This would be a contender, and it was quite interesting. At one point, one of the suspects that's coming out here in just a minute, the one that's going to be on the far end by the wall, told the police to arrest his sister because she was lying and throw her in jail. His little sister, because they were all
in front of the Walmart.
They were all ratting on him. So this trial is nobody died. Unfortunately, the victim did get shot once in the back and paralyzed from about the chest down. We saw the body cam where the police arrived on scene, and the victim was trying to convey his fear and the pain and the lack of pain he was feeling. He couldn't feel anything from the waist down. And the victim has testified already from a wheelchair about the incident. The victim was the drug dealer. He was the one who brought the weed. He also brought one of the guns. It was a Glock 22 with an extended magazine, like a 30-round magazine. And what happened from there on is disputed. So the gentleman that just walked in with the white shirt in the bottom right-hand corner, that's our other defendant. That's Dexter. It's Dexter Owens. And
it's June 3rd. We're at the Bay County Courthouse, Annex Courtroom A, State of Florida versus Nathan Michael Ash Alexander, 24 CF 33344. State of Florida versus Dexter Allen Owens, case number 24 CF 3343. Both defendants are present in the courtroom with counsel. Assistant State Attorney Mr. Sullivan is present. Ms. Bennett, are you prepared to go forward on your judgment, motion for judgment of acquittal?
Yes, sir. We have a position that the state did not show a prima facie case in the robbery part.
Her mic's off.
There was no planning. There was no evidence or testimony that there was any planning of the robbery, that there was any coordinated effort, and that any taking of potential items were more likely than an afterthought than a planned robbery. As far as
this is not going to be sustained.
Battery goes.
Bailiff comes with the
argues
mic.
That there was no actual intent to cause injury to Mr. Long. Intent was for Mr. Owens, if at all, it would have been accidental, and therefore the battery would also not be. There would also not be all elements shown.
Weak argument. Take 3 seconds to argue against this for the state.
I'm going to deny the motion for
it took 3 seconds.
The state is rested. Mr. Ballack, what witnesses do you expect to call?
Just the defendant. I filed a motion in limine this morning, Your Honor. I'm not sure if you've gotten a copy yet.
Motion in limine is sort of like the ground rule about how to proceed, whether something is allowed in or not.
Mr. Ballack states that the state seeks to introduce that evidence. I don't. I actually agree with Mr. Ballack on the motion in limine. I believe Ms. Bennett intends to elicit testimony as to some of those issues.
I think we've already addressed it yesterday.
All right, so the state agrees to the motion in limine. Ms. Bennett? Mr. Ballack has filed a motion in limine to exclude evidence of prior history with firearms.
We would just argue that we would only ask whether or not Mr. Alexander has handled firearms before, and would be satisfied with a yes or no question. Other than that,
any objection to that question?
I don't.
I just want to be clear. Earlier, Ms. Bennett
Yeah, I
mentioned.
changed my mind already.
Okay, so you're not going to ask whether he'd ever been shot before?
Yeah, I would just ask whether he handled firearms before and would be satisfied if he just says yes and would move on.
State have any argument with that?
No, Your Honor, I was more concerned with the other questions that Ms. Bennett had originally planned on asking.
Yeah, I think if you just limit it, has he ever handled a firearm, and leave it at that. And also, of course, you can certainly impeach him if he's been convicted of any prior felonies. And that only comes before the jury if there's a disagreement on the number of convictions. So I'll grant the motion in limine with that caveat that he can be asked if he's ever handled a firearm. Mr. Ballack, is that the only witness you intend on call?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Bennett, I guess Mr. Ballack will go first and call Mr. Alexander. How many witnesses do you expect to call? Do you know yet?
Yes, we expect to call, and all of them, with the exception of maybe McGowan, should be fairly short. We expect to call Mr. Long, Ms. Massengill, and Deputy Norris, and Deputy McGowan.
Okay. All right. And we'll talk to Mr. Owens about his, after Mr.
We haven't decided on whether.
Yeah, I'll talk to him after that. I'm going to talk to Mr. Alexander now. Mr. Alexander, if you'll raise your right hand, I'm going to ask you a few questions about your right to remain silent and right to testify, okay? Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
All right, you lower your hand, sir. State your name.
Ethan Michael Ash Alexander.
Mr. Alexander, Mr. Ballack has indicated that you have made the decision to testify in this trial. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You understand you have a right to testify? You have a right to testify? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand you have a right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
That the only person who can make the decision whether you testify or maintain your right to remain silent is you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
It's perfectly permissible to listen to and follow the advice of your counsel, but ultimately the question, the decision is yours. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is anyone making you testify?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol that would impair your ability to make this decision?
No, sir.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness that would affect your ability?
No, sir.
Do you understand that once you answer your attorney's question, that you'll be subject to cross-examination by Mr. Sullivan and Ms. Bennett?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That you can't stop halfway. You understand that? You understand that prior to calling you as a witness, if you change your mind, you can let Mr. Ballack know that you don't want to testify, and then he won't call you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So what we'll do is Mr. Ballack will direct his client, Ms. Bennett will do the cross-examination, then Mr. Sullivan will do the last cross-examination.
That's right.
Okay? All right. All the jurors are present?
Yes, sir.
We ready to bring the jurors in? Anything else we need to take up?
233, line them up.
Ms. Bennett? We ready to bring the jurors in?
We just want to fix this guy right quick, and then yes.
We'll go ahead while we'll line them up.
We're trying to sync up our feed so we can zoom in on all this and make it work. Karen Laughlin, thank you for the super chat. That is very generous of you. Appreciate that support.
And by with the line about side.
Line the jury up. They're going to be coming in just a minute. Give me a second. My computer's needs to switch networks. we go. That one's good. Juries have been coming in through the back door right there. They're going to walk in, move off to their right, our left, as they move to the jury box. During jury selection, we get to see all of them, which is pretty cool. We didn't watch jury selection during this trial, but we have watched jury selections in other trials that the judges had. It's common for this judge to have drug and firearms cases, and we have watched cases where the defendant was pro se, meaning they're acting as their own lawyer, representing themselves, and were caught with drugs in their pocket, a bag full of cocaine, and they successfully defended themselves. The jury found them not guilty. We've seen some crazy outcomes. You know, I always say Florida juries do Florida jury things, but it's been wild. We'll see what happens.
Jurors, when you get to your chair, you can have a seat.
There are the 7 jurors, 6 deliberating, 1 alternate.
Everyone else can have a seat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let the record reflect that all the jurors are present back in the courtroom. Mr. Ballack, you may call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thanks for the call, Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander, if you'll come forward, remain standing to be sworn.
On around here, stand right here. That lady raised your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Alexander, speak to that microphone. Ballack, you may inquire whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Alexander.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
Doing okay.
Have you been able to listen to this trial?
Mr. Ballack, you may want to, well, you're not blocking the juror's view. That's up to you, but however you want to do it.
Have you been paying attention to the trial the last day and a half?
Yes, sir.
And you've heard the testimony of the officers and the witnesses?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember from that night in October 2024?
I remember that
Well, I guess where were you before this?
I was at work, and then
Where do you work?
I went at Burger King
And how late did you work there?
till like 9 o'clock.
Okay. And do you have a med card?
Yes, sir.
And do you smoke weed?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you try to buy weed that night?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you go to the med store?
Because it was currently closed at the time.
Okay. So you go back to Dexter Owens' house?
Yes, sir.
And you start texting friends to find some weed?
Yes, sir.
And you stumble upon Stephen Long?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to school with him?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider him a friend?
Why are they
Yes,
leading?
sir.
Did you have money to buy weed?
Yes, sir.
He's
So
leading.
did you at any point intend to plan a robbery for this?
No, sir.
So is your intention to go and just buy weed?
Yes, sir.
You go to Stephen Long's house with Dexter Owens. What happens when you get there?
I go to buy some weed from Mr. Long, and once we get there, Mr. Long,
Did you have any issues with the car?
Yes, sir, that's what I was getting to. We fell into like a pothole or like a ditch, however you want to call it. And I got out the car, and Mr. Long was standing right next to me, and we helped Mr. Dexter get out the pothole. And once we got out the pothole, he got into the car. He got in the car behind me. I was in the passenger seat.
When you got out of the car, were you angry or upset or anything?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Long?
No, sir.
So you guys just normal interaction?
Yes, sir.
And then he gets in the car, and you're where positionally?
I'm in the passenger seat.
And where's he?
He gets in behind me in the passenger back seat.
Okay. And then at some point, he hands you some weed?
Yes, sir.
And do you start getting the money together?
Yes, sir.
And then, I guess shortly after then is when the incident happens with the gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you bring a gun to this this drug sale?
No, sir.
At any point, did you point a gun at anybody?
No, sir.
Did you shoot a gun?
No, sir.
You know if anyone did?
Yes, sir.
Who shot a gun that night?
Dexter.
Do you know why?
No, sir.
After the incident, you guys leave. Where do you go?
We go back to Dexter's house.
Okay. And what do you do with the gun?
It got cleaned up. Like,
did you clean it?
No, sir.
Who cleaned it?
Dexter Owens.
Okay. And then who hides it?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. But was it in your bedroom?
No, sir.
Do you even live there?
No, sir.
Were you homeless at the time?
I was back and forth between my mom's house, and some nights I'll stay at Mr. Owens' house.
And would you just crash on the couch?
Yes, sir.
Would you ever rob a friend?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Ms. Bennett?
Good morning, Mr. Alexander.
Good morning.
So, how often were you going back and forth? You said you were making arrangements to buy weed from Mr. Long,
Yes, ma'am.
and you used your cell phone for that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Long use his cell phone for that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you send pictures or anything back and forth?
No, ma'am.
Did what kind of media did you use?
Snapchat.
Did you use any normal or other texting?
No, ma'am.
Did you call him on the phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you so when you arrived there, you said there was a pothole that the car went in first.
Yes, ma'am.
And in relation to the road, where was the pothole?
In the driveway.
Left or right of the driveway?
In the right side.
Is that if you stand in front of the driveway looking at the house, is that to your right or to your left then?
May you repeat the question?
Sure. You're standing in the driveway looking at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the pothole to your left or to your right?
To your left.
And how deep is it?
I'm not sure.
So which part of the car got stuck in it?
May you repeat that?
Which part of the car got stuck in it?
I'm not sure.
And but you said you and Mr. Long helped Dexter out to get it out of there,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't know which part was in it.
The tire had fell in it. We had back in, so the back tire.
The back right tire or back left tire?
Right.
And so at that point, you're talking to Mr. Long.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see a firearm?
Sounds like he's saying yes, no.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
and where
no.
was that
Yes,
firearm
no.
located?
On his waist.
Was it sticking out or was it covered by a shirt?
It was sticking out.
And could you see the entire firearm or which parts of it could you see?
You can see the clip.
The clip?
The
Yes,
magazine.
ma'am.
Could you see the color of the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
And what color was the firearm?
Tannish brown.
And what color was the clip?
Black.
So you could see both parts of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you talk about the firearm while you assist Dexter to get the car out of the pothole?
No, ma'am.
Wait. Had you seen Mr. Long with a firearm before?
No, ma'am.
Were you concerned about the firearm?
No, ma'am.
Did you know whether Mr. Long was known to have a firearm or not?
No, ma'am.
And so once Dexter was out of the pothole, how far does he back into the driveway?
Not all the way, but I'll say halfway.
And was he in the middle of the driveway or further to the left or right?
Further to the, well, I don't recall.
And when he stopped there, were the back door, were any doors open?
The passenger, whenever I got out the car, it was open.
That was still open,
Yes, ma'am.
even though Dexter was navigating out of the pothole?
Ma'am?
even though Dexter was getting out of the pothole?
No, ma'am.
So was it open or closed?
It was closed.
And so all of the doors, once he backed in there, about however far, and all the doors were closed.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you get how many feet approximately from the driveway to the grass between the car and the grass?
Your own objection.
Overruled objection.
That means answer it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. May you repeat it one more time?
Sure. So when Dexter stopped the car, you said it was a bit more to the side. About how many feet were there between the car until you hit the grass, the lawn?
I would say probably 5 feet.
Okay. And and then you decided to get back in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Dexter have anything to do with your weed deal?
No, ma'am.
So you could have handled the weed deal while you were standing outside talking to Mr. Long, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And but you chose to get back into the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Long invited in the car, or did he just enter it?
He was invited.
Who invited him?
I'm trying to think. I believe I did.
Was Dexter aware that Mr. Long would enter the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell him Mr. Long is going to enter the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did Dexter say?
Said I was okay.
And did Dexter know that Mr. Long had a gun?
I'm not sure.
So what Dexter knew was that you were to go there to buy a little bit of pot.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and Dexter didn't have any plan on robbing Mr. Long.
No, ma'am.
And he was not involved in a drug deal.
No, ma'am.
So when you get back into the car, do you get back in the front passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do in the front passenger seat at that time?
Mr. Long hands me the weed, the marijuana, and I started counting money to hand Mr. Long.
And
was only
were you
about
looking
30 bucks
forward
worth.
or backward or in your lap or what?
I was looking forward while I was counting money.
How was the weed packaged?
Ma'am,
How was the weed packaged?
in a plastic bag.
And while you were counting money, where was the weed located?
I had it
When you say you had it, did you have it in your hand, in your pocket,
in my hand.
while you were counting the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're doing that, and then what happens?
In the middle of me counting the money, I heard tussling, and once I looked back, I just seen Mr. Long and Dexter Owens fighting.
And so, getting to that. So you're in the front seat, and Dexter is in the front seat behind the steering wheel.
Yes, ma'am.
So when he's tussling, where's he located?
I see him fly from the front seat to the back seat in the middle of fighting Mr. Long.
You're saying that he was able to, how did he get there? Did he crawl? Did Mr. Long pull him? How did he get there?
I'm not sure.
And
Just flew.
about how much of Dexter's body was in the back?
I'm not sure.
And you couldn't see whether Mr. Long was pointing a gun at Dexter, could you?
No, ma'am.
And that's because you were concentrating on your money,
Yes, ma'am.
and you couldn't really look behind your seat, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your nickname is Stubby because you're fairly short.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you turn around, you would not be able to look behind the back seat.
No, ma'am.
You would have to kneel up or peep around the corners or something.
Yes, ma'am.
So if Mr. Long pointed a gun at Dexter, you wouldn't know.
No, ma'am.
And so all that you saw at that point was that there was some commotion in the back, and you saw parts of Dexter's body, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know whether Mr. Long had a second gun?
No, ma'am.
You don't know?
Did he have a second gun?
No, I asked whether you know if he did or did not.
No, ma'am.
So he could have had a second gun that you did not see.
No, I don't think so. I only seen one.
You've seen one.
Yes, ma'am.
But if he had a second one, you don't know.
No, ma'am.
And so at that point where they were tussling, you really can't see a whole lot.
No, ma'am.
And at the whole time, where was Dexter's gun?
I'm not sure.
Did you see a gun while you were driving out?
No, ma'am.
Was there a conversation about a gun before you were driving out?
No, ma'am.
Was there a conversation about, you already said not robbing anybody, so there was not any conversation to commit any crime other than buying pot?
No, ma'am.
And so when Dexter's body made it to the back, you have no idea if Dexter had a gun in his hand or not.
No, ma'am.
And so when you peeked back, what was Jada doing?
I'm not sure.
Was she still in the back seat?
I'm not sure.
And when you said then you heard a gunshot at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was happening? What did you do when you heard the gunshot?
I went into shock. I froze. I didn't know what to do or what was done. I just heard a big loud boom.
Did you take a phone from Mr. Long?
No, ma'am.
A wallet?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Dexter taking a phone or a wallet?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Dexter taking a gun?
No, ma'am.
And how did Mr. Long get out of the car?
He tried to get out the car in the middle of them tussling, and he stepped out the car, and that's when I heard the boom. But he tried to run out the car.
Was he already partially out of the car, or was he still in the car?
He was partially out the car.
And did you hear them while they were tussling? Did Mr. Long say anything?
No, ma'am.
Did Dexter say anything?
No, ma'am.
So Dexter didn't say, "Give me your gun. Give me the gun. I'm going to take your gun." Nothing like that.
No, ma'am.
So you don't really know what happened, who threatened whom, or what?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Long give you a gun?
No, ma'am.
A lot he doesn't know.
When all this is, so Mr. Long lands outside of the car, what's the next thing that happens?
May you repeat that?
Once Mr. Long falls out of the car and he's on the ground, do you guys start driving?
Yes, ma'am.
How far do you drive?
We get out the driveway. We get kind of in the middle of the road that's leading towards their house.
And did y'all stop?
Yes, ma'am.
Whereabouts did you stop?
Halfway.
Halfway is halfway in the driveway or halfway your way home or what?
No, halfway past the house. Not all the way past the house, but in the middle of passing the house.
So you're driving about how many feet did you drive?
I'll say 30 feet.
Okay, and then so you drive about 30 feet and stop, and then what happens?
Mr. Owens tries to get me to grab the gun and go out and grab a clip. But I say no. So he then instructed his sister to do so.
Where was the clip located?
That I'm not sure. I was still in shock.
Where was the gun located?
I'm not sure.
And was the clip close to Mr. Long?
That I'm not sure. I was in the passenger seat.
You know if the clip was to the left or the right of the car?
It was to the right of the car.
Did you see the clip at all laying on the ground?
No, ma'am.
How do you know it was to the right?
By the way, we have pulled out the driveway.
Pardon me?
By the way, when we pulled out the driveway,
I don't know if I'm making myself clear. So you're driving forward to get out of the driveway.
yes, ma'am, and then you take a right.
And then he takes the right.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he stops.
Yes, ma'am.
And then Jada goes back out of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
And she picks something up.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see what she was picking up?
No, ma'am.
So whatever she was picking up, do you remember where that was located?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember did you see her going back to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
You were watching her.
No, not yes, ma'am.
No or yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And how far back did she go?
She went towards Mr. Long's body.
Did she go all the way to Mr. Long?
No, ma'am.
How far away was she from Mr. Long?
Probably, I would say 3-4 feet.
Okay, and that's when she bends down?
Yes, ma'am.
And then she picks something up and comes back to the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she show you what she picked up?
Yes, ma'am.
How did she show you?
She showed a 30-round magazine, and I don't remember what was said, but I just remember seeing a magazine in her hand.
How did the magazine leave the gun?
Mr. Long, may you repeat that?
How did the magazine come out of the gun?
I'm not sure.
So after that item is picked up, you all are driving back to the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving straight away or do you stop somewhere in between?
No, ma'am. We drive straight away.
Did Ayden and Juliana meet up with you again?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did they meet up with you?
Back at Dexter Owens' house.
All right, so then you go back into Dexter Owens' house, and who is, so that's you and Dexter and Jada. Was Jada supposed to be dropped off somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she ever get dropped off?
No, ma'am.
And that was because the plans were going sideways?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you're at the house, the five of you. You said that somebody cleaned the gun with bleach.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see that gun before?
May you repeat the question?
Now, you said you saw the tan gun that Stephen Long brought.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't know where the black gun was coming from?
No, ma'am.
And which gun was cleaned with bleach?
All the guns?
The tan gun and the black one?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that done?
Mr. Owens and Mr. Saliba wiped bleach on each other's hands and wiped it on the guns and cleaned the guns.
So both of them used bleach on their hands and then wiped it on the guns. They didn't use a rag.
No, they did.
They did use a rag?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that rag after that?
I'm not sure.
So did they share the rag or did they each have a rag?
They shared the rag.
And they wiped the outside of the gun down?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they pour bleach on it?
I'm not sure.
Moment.
This is a cross-examination by the other defense attorney, so she can lead, but she's also defending in this case, which is interesting.
Did anybody smell of bleach afterwards?
Actually, that's speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
Well, he would smell if somebody smelled of bleach.
Let me overrule. And Mr. Bennett, if you have something to say, you need to say it to the court and not to Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, sir. Did anybody smell of bleach after this?
I did.
You smelled of bleach?
Yes, ma'am. It was strong.
How did the bleach get on you?
It didn't get on me. I smelt it.
Oh, you smelled it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the person smell of bleach? When you walk by a person, would you say, this person smells like bleach?
I'm not sure.
You don't recall?
Yes, ma'am. I don't recall. It's been 2 years.
Did the house smell like bleach?
I don't recall.
Did the gun smell like bleach?
I don't recall.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Alexander.
Good morning.
I'm going to go over some of the questions or things you've already talked about, but I'm going to try to going over everything because you've been asked by 2 attorneys now. So,
yes, sir.
Let's start. I guess you're at Mr. Owens' house, and you guys decide you guys want to go smoke weed.
Yes, sir.
You don't have any weed, so you got to go buy it.
Yes, sir.
So you go, and that's where you set up this meeting with Mr. Long.
Yes, sir.
And you are going to buy either a quarter or an eighth.
I was going to buy a quarter.
A quarter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's how much were you going to pay for that?
$60.
$60.
$60. Okay. And I think you said you got there and you started counting out your money.
Yes, sir.
So you're going to pay cash.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first got there, Mr. Long helped you guys get the car unstuck.
Yes, sir.
Never threatened you during that process?
No, sir.
Never brandished the gun during that process?
No, sir.
Now, eventually he gets in the car and you start to I guess, do this marijuana stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said he had the gun on his side?
Yes, sir. Well, not on his side, in his waistband.
His waistband?
Yes, sir.
It was more to the front than the side?
Yes, sir. More to the front than the side.
All right. And at any point, did you see Mr. Long point the gun at anybody?
No, sir.
Did you see Mr. Long threaten anybody in that car?
No, sir.
Did you hear Mr. Long threaten anybody in that car?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Mr. Long with a second firearm other than that cane Glock?
No, sir.
And your testimonies today is that Dexter Owens is the person who shot Stephen Long.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know why Dexter shot Stephen?
No, sir.
Stephen wasn't doing anything to justify him getting shot, was he?
No, sir.
It wasn't.
He wasn't. Are you buffering?
So let's, I guess, move ahead a little bit.
He
Or-
just got stuck.
Ms. Bennett asked you, were you concerned that when you saw the firearm on Mr. Long's waist? And you said no, that didn't bother you?
Yes, sir. It didn't bother me.
Why not?
I'm used to being around people with firearms.
Okay. And I think in your statement to the police, isn't it true that when you buy weed from individuals, most of the time they've got firearms?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Bennett asked you the question, you don't really know kind of what happened here.
No, sir.
I think your answer was no. But we do know, based on your testimony, that Mr. Long was partially out of the car when he was shot.
Yes, sir.
And we know he was shot in the back.
Yes, sir.
So we do know that when he was shot, he was leaving the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And we do know that he never threatened anybody that you saw.
Yes, sir.
We do know that you never heard him threaten anybody.
Yes, sir.
We do know that you never saw him point that gun at anybody.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Long gets shot, you guys start to pull away.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you get back into the driveway, right?
Yes, sir.
So you pull out of the driveway and you take a right onto the street.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think your testimony was you got maybe halfway past the house, about 30 feet down the street.
Yes, sir.
And that's when you came to a stop.
Yes, sir.
Why did you stop at that point?
Mr. Owens had said he had dropped a magazine.
You specifically said the word magazine?
He said a clip in a
Said a
vape.
clip.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you called the magazine to a gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he ask you to get out and get it first?
Yes, sir.
You refused?
I refused. I was in shock.
And is that when he asked his sister to do it?
Yes, sir.
Did she get out of the car?
Yes, sir.
And she went and she picked something up?
Yes, sir.
And that's when she came back and showed you the 30-round magazine?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Long's tan Glock, that went back to Dexter Owens' house with you guys, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
He didn't take it back there, obviously.
No, sir.
You guys took it back with you?
Yes, sir.
We'll talk a little bit about kind of what happens after that. You get back to Mr. Owens' house. So at some point, the police show up. When do you realize the police were outside?
When we seen cars by the window.
Okay. After you see the police, do you immediately come outside?
No, sir.
How long were you staying inside before you eventually came out after you first saw the police were there?
A few hours.
So you knew the police were there for a couple hours?
Yes, sir.
Did Dexter Owens ever go outside during that period of time?
No, sir.
Never went out and said, hey, you just tried to rob me?
No, sir.
The police just sat out there for a couple hours?
What was going on in those couple hours while you were inside?
I was still in a frantic. I was crying.
Why were you crying?
Because I had realized that Mr. Owens had just shot somebody.
Okay. Why did that make you cry?
Made me cry because I knew that I was in a car and I was there and just seeing it happen.
Okay. Did Mr. Owens make any statements to you or say anything to you during this time?
He told me to stop being a bitch and stop crying.
Did he say anything else? Tell you what to do or what to say?
He told me to claim self-defense and to walk out the house with the gun.
Did you want to do that?
No, sir.
Why not?
I didn't want to touch the firearm, and I didn't want to walk out the house to say that I shot somebody I didn't shoot.
Now, through all of this process, you two are not the only people in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Juliana Connolly was there?
Yes, sir.
Did she see some of this happen as well?
Yes, sir.
Did she hear some of this happen as well?
Yes, sir.
What about Dexter's stepdad, John? Was he present?
Yes, sir.
Did he hear some of this?
Yes, sir.
Were you there when they talked about this?
When who?
Between Dexter and Mr. Hughes?
No, sir.
You didn't hear them talking about it at all?
No, sir.
How do you know they were talking about it?
Because they both came to me and told me to claim self-defense.
Who did?
Mr. Owens and Mr. Hughes.
They both told you that?
Yes, sir. Because they said that. Well, I'll let you.
No, go ahead.
Okay. They said, well, I was told to claim self-defense because Mr. Long tried to rob me, but Mr. Long never tried to rob me.
That was going to be my next question. Did Mr. Long ever try to rob you?
No, sir.
You knew Mr. Long before this, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that robbing somebody that you knew is not a very smart thing to do because they could easily pick you out and tell law enforcement who it is.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did Dexter know Mr. Long prior to this?
No, sir.
You ultimately come out of the house with the gun.
Yes, sir.
And I think you told law enforcement that you had shot Mr. Long.
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
Because I was scared.
Why were you scared?
Because everybody was telling me to walk out the house with the gun.
Did anybody threaten you?
Yes, sir.
How did they threaten you?
They're basically telling me if I didn't do it, then I could be next.
When you get out to speak with law enforcement, you pretty much immediately asked to speak with them away from everyone else, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you immediately tell them that Mr. Owens had told you to tell them that you were the shooter?
Yes, sir.
This 22, the black 22 handgun that's in evidence. Did you take that gun to the robbery?
No, sir.
Did you use that gun to shoot Mr. Long?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Owens take that gun to the robbery, to the drug deal?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Owens use that gun to shoot Mr. Long?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, John.
Now, can you read it?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we need to hold. We need to hold. We've got an update.
You've already had your cross-examination.
Hold, please.
You call your next witness.
Let me pause cameras. Okay, pause. We have an update from Bakersfield. This just came on Twitter just seconds ago. Bakersfield Police Department has a press release. Let me see if I can get this pulled up on the screen so you guys can see it as well. And it gives us the update we were looking for the closure for this this incident in Bakersfield. Just 1 second here. We've retweeted this. Let me bring this up on the big screen for you. Okay. Make it bigger. It's a little bit hard to see, but hopefully this will help. Ready? Bakersfield Chase Bank building update. Bakersfield Police Department. This is less than a minute ago. On Wednesday, June 3rd at approximately 4:20 a.m., the hostage situation concluded following an officer-involved shooting involving Federal Bureau of Investigation personnel. Bakersfield Police Department personnel were not involved in the use of force. All hostages were located unharmed and received medical evaluation and treatment at the scene. The suspect involved in this incident was pronounced deceased at the scene. The investigation remains ongoing, and a significant law enforcement presence will remain in the area for the next several hours as investigators process the scene. Traffic closures are currently in effect between Truxton Avenue and 18th Street and between H Street and K Street. Motorists are encouraged to avoid the area and seek alternate routes. Delays are expected until sometime this afternoon. A follow-up press conference tentatively planned for 10 a.m. at the front of the Bakersfield Police Department headquarters. Additional information will be released as it becomes available. So a press release at 10 California time. That's in about, 3 hours or so. And the news that's coming out right now is that at 4:20 a.m., 4:20 in the morning, no significance to the time, but 4:20 this morning, the FBI shot and killed the suspect, and all the hostages were removed unharmed. So that's the update and the confirmation we're looking for. It came from Bakersfield, not from the FBI. So that's interesting. Officer-involved shooting, not self-deletion. It might have been something they call suicide by cop, where it basically forced the officer's hands. But either way, the officers were taking action to protect the hostages and ended the situation. So there will be no court case. The jury is not going to be subpoenaed because the executioner was on site, and this is taken care of. This ended as best it possibly could, with the exception of possibly the suspect himself getting the treatment, mental health treatment, and criminal justice treatment that he deserved and needed. But aside from that, this is the second best outcome. So I wanted to share that with you. That just barely dropped 3 minutes ago now. So you have the latest and greatest. We're going to go back to no hostages injured. No hostages injured. Nate Dogg, thank you very much. The mods are incredible. This channel is what it is because of our incredible moderators who worked. I didn't even ask them. I just went live, and they had worked all day with us, and then just all through the night as well into the morning. So no hostages injured. All of them released. We're looking. What we don't have in here is the number of hostages and any motives and some of the details of the explosive device, whether it was real, whether it wasn't. That might still be coming out later or possibly at this press release. But still some questions that await answers that we might get later this afternoon. But until then, we're going to jump back to this case in Florida and continue with that. So thanks, guys, for the interruption here. We'll
counsel approach.
They have not identified him. They probably will do that at the press conference. We now return to regularly scheduled programming. Yeah. This is a little sidebar going on right here. Sidebar's over.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break.
Anybody who can come.
9:50, we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll start back at 5 after 10. Leave your notepads in the courtroom. Don't discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't use any media sources or use your electronic devices to find out any more about the case you know right now. I'm going to ask everyone to stay in the courtroom until the jurors are out. Like I say, leave your notepads in here. You'll follow the bailiff in the back.
Flip them upside down on the chair for me.
Not sure what that bailiff just said, but we're going to have a little bit of a break. And while we do this, we're hearing that the FBI might have posted something also on Twitter, so I'm looking for that right now. Give me just a second to see.
Everyone can have a seat.
We're not there yet. If I may.
Whoa. All right, go ahead.
I know we're not there yet, but last night I sent copies of.
Yeah, I got a copy.
I forgot to bring them this morning, so I had my assistant bring them over.
Ms. Bennett, before the jurors were brought back in, I'll have ask Mr. Owens about his decision. So we're going to go ahead and we'll take the break and allow you to talk to him and make sure all your other witnesses are here. Whenever the bailiff releases, everyone can take a break.
All right. While the break goes on, I'm looking for the FBI update. I'm only seeing the Bakersfield. Yes, they show the jury in this courtroom. There are some courts where it's not just something that happens occasionally, but it's regularly. You can film the jury quite literally. They just ask you don't zoom in close on the jury or their notes. Just every court has different rules. The idea that there's a secret jury is not something that's constitutional. It's just a sort of a tradition that's carried on. It does help seating a jury to have a secret jury where the jurors know that their information is not going to be out there. Their face won't be on the internet or something else. But in little cases like this, they show it. Okay, still not seeing any update from the FBI. The FBI has not released anything that I can see yet. So Bakersfield was the one that broke the news. Privacy versus secrecy? Yeah. The idea is that courtrooms themselves are open to the public, and anything that happens therein can be observed by members of the public. Those back rows in the gallery, you don't need permission from the judge to be in most cases. We saw one case where the judge kicked somebody out because they didn't know who they were. I hope that judge got a stern talking to and maybe a job application for a Walmart grader because she failed in the constitutionality portion of that test. But generally, as long as you follow the court's rules, which generally are decorum related, if you are not distracting from the proceedings by making noise or wearing something that could influence the jury one way or another, you can't wear like a Justice for Stubby t-shirt if you're in this court here or something like that. But you sit down respectful and don't distract. Turn off your electronic devices or follow the rules they have. If they say no devices at all in the courtroom, then no devices in the courtroom. You can go and watch court. You can watch it in your local community because every single community has court that usually is at least once a week in session and hearing cases that are small and big all over the country. And although there are some cases, you hear about OJ and you hear about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and, the Gwyneth Paltrow and things like that. But there are little cases, little trials that are just as interesting, have just as fascinating legal arguments with just as talented lawyers as some of those big cases, and they're happening in our neighborhoods, and nobody watches. Nobody watches. It happens in an empty courtroom. So if you have interest in this, I do recommend that you just go down and look at the docket, see what's coming up, and if there's a case that tickles your fancy, do watch it. It's very interesting, and it helps understand how the justice process works. We just posted that, Molly. We just posted that. I retweeted that out on Twitter as well. That dropped just a few minutes ago from the Bakersfield police. The suspect has been eliminated by the FBI. It was an officer-involved shooting that brought the hostage situation to an end, and all hostages were released without injury. That's the key. It sounds like from the picture we saw as well earlier that there were about 7 hostages and people hiding in that building. Where do you find the docket? You can go down and ask the court. The court clerk are very, very helpful. Most of the information about court is free if you're in the courthouse to look at. You can even ask for records. You can ask for case files and things of probably closed cases, and review stuff in person and make copies for reasonable fees usually. A lot of it's available online as well. He had a bomb. He said he had a bomb. What we don't know is if the bomb was real or not. ACDCS Oversight, one of our court watchers and longtime supporters on the channel. Court actors tend to pay more attention and follow things more closely when court watchers are there with notebooks in hand. Yes, I know that you have a specific area that you have interest in, that you watch and follow. And that is awesome. But it's fun just to go down and watch, even if it's just traffic court. Right, even if it's just officers showing up, telling, reporting that people are fighting their speeding ticket, and watch that go down. I think you'd enjoy it. It's free entertainment. It's cheaper than the movies. You don't get to eat popcorn, but it is a lot of fun, and you'll learn a thing or two. A few more minutes on the. On the break clock here. Let's see if I can get this pulled back up again. We're actually going to zip forward because we paused it and they're now in break. We can skip forward to the end of the break. Save us a couple minutes. Just try to pause this video for just one moment while we sync it up so all our feeds match up. Hold please for a second. IRT Media, we showed the still image from that where they were reunited with their families. 7 or 8 of them. Wow. Trauma, if that's true, that's crazy. For this current case, I can see how the decision might be split, where the jury comes back with 1 guilty and 1 not guilty. A lot of you are mentioning that that it looks like one of the defendants might be less guilty than the other. Sacramento oversees Bakersfield. LAK Wildflower, thank you very much. I was following the LA side thinking it would be them, but let me make sure I've got Sacramento on my feed as well. We've got them pulled up. Their last post was 8 hours ago, so nothing from them.
No.
All right, just posted a quick community post as well because we have a lot of people who don't follow me on Twitter, and linked the Bakersfield update. LA office is a hop, skip, and a jump away. They're only like an hour and a half or 2 hours away. Charges in this one are not attempted murder, believe it or not. A lot of people were surprised when we heard that that was not the charge, but in this one the charge is robbery and assault with a deadly weapon, I believe. Aggravated battery, deadly weapon, robbery with a firearm. There we go. But Alexander is only charged with the robbery. Excuse me, Alexander's charged with both, and let me get their names wrong. Stubby, the state says, didn't do the shooting, so they don't charge him with assault. They only charge him with the robbery. That's the way I wanted to say it. I think the sister's attempt to exonerate Owens will probably convince the jury that he was guilty. She's not a good liar. I think his dad also was not truthful on the stand, and that'll come across to the jury. How long are they facing? In Florida, firearms charges, 15 years, maybe? Interesting that no one's charged with drug possession. It's just marijuana, I guess. But sometimes the state likes to throw all the charges they can at somebody. Don't think Stubby will get convicted. No real evidence that he was trying to rob anybody. Well, evidence is any testimony you hear from the stand. I would say possibly no credible evidence that he was trying to rob anybody. But Stubby does come across as sincere, a little simple in his thought process, but also somewhat innocent. The thing the state has on Stubby is what he did after the incident. Oh, yeah, well, he walked out of the house with the gun in hand and told police, I shot him. This is the gun. It was me. So there's that part the jury has to not believe. Stubby seems a little naive. Yeah. Seems like he was the patsy where they tried to just blame everything on him. Thanks for the super chat and the marshmallow high. Theek, appreciate it. Stubby's the fall guy. We're all rooting for Stubby now. I'm not saying he made good life decisions, but in this situation, it seems that everyone's out to get him. Doesn't quite seem fair. A lot of the individuals on the back of the courtroom are friends and family of the other defendant. The bailiff says, no, you didn't. You're going to take that right back out of the courtroom. I think that's no food and beverage rule in place. The tall attorney who's standing in the middle of the picture there offers back rubs if you're ever in court and he's there. Just present your shoulders. And he's, I don't know why he gave a back rub in the middle of the last break, but he did. So. Little Stubby says, I'm enjoying all the mentions. Can Greeners make a free Stubby shirt? Greeners is on a little break right now. He's got something to do. But Greeners is great at making some of those graphics. Was Stubby the last guy on the stand? Yes, Virginia, he was. Yeah, Stubby sounds like he's in a tough spot in life right now where he's doesn't have a home. He's homeless. He's staying at acquaintances' properties or houses, and seems to be involved at least on the fringe of the drug scene. Not good facts. I mean, working at Burger King is a start, but everybody knows that that's not going to get you into home ownership anytime soon. Is Stubby on bail? No, they're both in custody, I believe. I got a stubby little pencil. He says he worked at Burger King. I don't think he has the job anymore. Stubby has a home for now, yes, and maybe in the future if he's convicted as well. Ohio Jen, yes, the latest out of Bakersfield. I just posted a community post on our YouTube channel with a screenshot of the Bakersfield update that happened maybe 10 minutes ago, maybe a little bit more. The hostage situation is over. The suspect is deceased. The FBI did shoot him. The hostages were all successfully and safely released. No injuries on that part. I imagine it was quite traumatic watching that go down because the SWAT team was the one that affected their release, and they probably went in with a little bit of noise and on flash and bang. So all the hostages have been released. There's going to be an update at the Bakersfield Police Department at 10 o'clock Eastern or Pacific time. Excuse me. Howard's mom, thank you for that. Yeah, press conference at 10. Hopefully then they can confirm the numbers. I'd like to know if, well, hopefully the identity of the suspect officially, the status of the explosive device, whether or not it was real, whether there were other explosive devices. I'd like to know all of that. Break time should be over. Just waiting for one more defendant. The one more seat we need filled is that one closest to the wall next to the jury, or the the witness box. As soon as he's here, I think we can start.
Back on the record. Mr. Alexander and Mr. Owens are both present in the courtroom with counsel. Assistant State Attorney is present. Ms. Bennett, has Mr. Owens made a decision?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what's he going to do?
Mr. Owens is going to testify.
All right, Mr. Owens, if you'll raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in just to ask you a few questions.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, sir, you can lower your hand and state your name.
Dexter Owens.
Mr. Owens, Ms. Bennett has indicated that you have decided to become a witness in the case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You understand you have a right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
That you have a right to testify?
Yes, sir.
That the only person who can make that decision is you?
Yes, sir.
That it's perfectly permissible and advisable to listen to the advice of counsel, but ultimately the decision to testify is yours. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning which would impair that ability to make that decision?
Not at all. No, sir.
Have you been diagnosed with any kind of mental illness that would prevent you from making that decision?
Not at all. No, sir.
Is anyone making you testify?
No, sir.
Do you understand that once you answer that you're called to testify and you start answering Ms. Bennett's questions, you're subject to cross-examination by Mr. Ballack and also the state attorney?
Yes, sir.
But you can't stop halfway.
Yes, sir.
You understand that if there's other witnesses called before you, that if you decide that you do not want to testify before you're up on the witness stand, that you can let Ms. Bennett know she won't call you. You understand that? That you can change your mind before you get up on the witness stand. So you've made a decision now, but if Ms. Bennett calls other witnesses or you made it before the jurors get back in here, you decide you do not want to testify, you can let Ms. Bennett know and she won't call you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are everyone satisfied with that?
Yes,
sir.
All right, we're ready to bring the jurors back in.
Just, so for cross-examination purposes, going to go Mr. Ballack and then me first.
Yes.
Okay. Show me.
That's right.
Look out and jurors to the line mark break.
We will bring the jury. Press conference will be at 1 p.m. Eastern time, that California press conference, hopefully giving some answers that Bakersfield has not yet offered. We want the identity of the suspect. We'd like to know a little bit about his reason for doing this, whether or not the bomb he claimed he had was real, or if there were other devices, and the number of hostages at least.
Jury, you can have a seat when you get to your chair. Everyone else can have a seat. Let the record reflect that all the jurors are present in the courtroom. Ms. Bennett, you can call your first witness.
The defense calls Madeline Massengill.
All right, we are waiting for Madeline Massengill to come in.
Stand right here for me. That lady behind me right now.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And if you have a seat, speaking to that microphone, Ms. Bennett, you may inquire.
Good morning, Ms. Massengill.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Madeline Massengill.
And Ms. Massengill, do you live on Charles Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And in October of 2024, there was an incident that happened there?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start with Stephen Long. How do you know Stephen Long?
He was my ex-boyfriend.
So in October of 2024, were you dating at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he frequently staying at your house?
Here and there, not too often.
On this October night on the 12th, was he over at your house?
Yes.
And what were you guys doing?
We were just hanging out there during the whole day. We were just watching TV and stuff.
Smoking weed.
Just hanging out at the house.
And in the evening, at the later evening, did you learn that Stephen was to meet up with Mr. Alexander?
No, ma'am, I didn't know until about midnight.
Okay. And so where are you at midnight? Are you still inside the house?
We were still inside of the house, and then he asked me to come outside with him to smoke a blunt.
Okay. So then you and Stephen are outside. Do you see the car pulling in?
Not a joint.
I do from my rear view mirror in my car.
So
I was
you were in
still
your
sitting.
car?
Yes, ma'am. I was in my car.
And was Stephen with you in your car?
At the time, yes.
So you guys are sitting in your car. Is your car facing the driveway or where?
It's facing towards the woods, so away from, or towards my house, so away from the other side of the driveway.
So the
Nobody knows what that means.
trunk would be facing the driveway.
Yes.
And do you see, you said in your rear view mirror, you saw a car coming in?
Yes, I saw them backing in.
Do you recall if they hit a pothole or something like that first?
Yes, ma'am. Stephen got out of the car to help them.
Who got out of the car?
Stephen.
So Stephen got out of the car. Did anybody, let me back up. The car that backed in, what color was that?
I believe silver or gray.
Mm-hmm. And did anybody get out of that silver gray car?
Not that I remember.
And so Stephen goes over there. Are they able to get the car rolling again?
Yes.
And what happens then?
They just backed into the driveway, and then Stephen got in the car.
Hold on. So they're backing into your driveway. About how far did they back in?
Not too far. Just like right at the end of the driveway.
Okay, so not even halfway.
No.
And does anybody get out of the car?
Not that I remember.
And then you said Stephen gets into the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're seeing this all through your mirror, or had you exited your car?
Through my rear view mirror. I was watching YouTube on my lap, so I was just looking up and down.
And so next thing you see is Stephen getting into the car.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you see from your viewpoint if he goes into the back or the front?
Back. I realize, yeah.
And what happens? What do you see next?
I didn't see anything. I was just watching my YouTube while he was in the car.
Okay. So at what point do you leave your car?
After I heard the gunshot and I saw him roll out onto the ground through my mirror.
Okay, so you hear the shot and look through your mirror and you see him tumbling out of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the silver gray car doing then?
They were still sitting there, and then they pulled off.
Did they pull to the left or to the right?
They went to the right, out of my driveway.
Did they leave or did they stop again?
No, as soon as I got to Stephen, they stopped, and then Stephen told me to run. So I ran up my driveway and hid while I was on the phone with 911. And then I heard them pull off, and then that's when I went back to Stephen.
Okay. Did you see anybody getting out of the car?
No, I was hidden in front of my mom's car in the driveway, so I didn't see anything that happened out on the grass or anything.
And you said you called 911. Did law enforcement show up?
Yes, ma'am. Within about 5 minutes, I'd say.
And I think there was a Deputy Finney and an investigator Norris there. Do you remember those two?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to give them a description of the suspect vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I said it was silver or gray. I don't know what exact model, though.
Were you able to give them a description or a name of a person that you believe to be involved?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Nathan.
And did you know Nathan's full name or Nathan's nickname or both?
I knew his first name and his nickname.
And what's his nickname?
Stubby.
And at that time, do you relate to law enforcement that he may have been the shooter?
Yes, that's the only person I knew who was involved, so.
And then as everything proceeds, Stephen is picked up by EMS at some point, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But before he's picked up, did you and one of the investigators or officers try to find out what happened to Stephen? Like, did he get shot? Where did he get shot?
We didn't know. He was just asking me questions. We weren't really trying to figure that out at the moment.
Okay. Did you at some point turn or help turn Stephen over to see if there was a gunshot wound?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see one?
I saw a big, like, volcano-shaped kind of, I don't know the word for it, around his back. And then the cop had said something about it, and then that was a bullet hole.
Okay. And that volcano-shaped mark that you saw, do you remember where on his body that would be?
Am I allowed to show you? Yeah. Probably around the side of his back, like to the right a little bit of his spine.
Actually, may I approach?
You may approach.
I have here a little view of a person's back.
Okay.
A male's back. Would you be able to approximately mark on there where you think the bullet hole was? And
probably around right there.
Okay, and if you can put your name on it and initial.
Mr. Bones helped us out occasionally to demonstrate where
would like to move that
injuries
in
occurred.
evidence. Do you have an objection?
No objection, but I would like to see it.
Absolutely.
That's defense exhibit.
That would be defense exhibit H, I believe.
Defense exhibit H.
Not H, I.
I will be accepted into evidence. You may publish whenever you're ready, Ms. Bennett.
Thank you. Do you need me for the sticker first? You can publish it on the sticker. You just want to pass that down to everybody.
The last trial we watched, the witness drew on the attorney's shirt where the bullet hole was with the red permanent Sharpie. The state lost that case. The victim was found not guilty by a jury of 12 in South Carolina, to the surprise of the majority of the people here who were watching, both locally and online. So this trial also has a shot in the back situation.
Ms. Massengill, were you able, you knew Stephen's phone number, correct?
Yes.
And did you have on your phone some sort of app that would allow you to see where his phone is?
Yes, ma'am.
And what app is that?
Life 360.
And would he have that on his phone as well?
Yes, ma'am.
It only works if it's on both people's phones?
Yes.
And were you assisting the officers in locating his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
By using that app?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make a call to the phone, or did an officer make a call to the phone?
I believe an officer did off of his phone.
Okay, and you would have given them the number?
Yes.
And did at a later point officers come back to your house to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
To investigate something?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what they were doing?
I believe they were just looking through the yard to see if there were any casings, or I believe, yeah.
And did they ask you for maybe doing a sketch of the scene to show where the car was at exactly?
No, ma'am.
Or where you were at?
No, ma'am.
Where your car was at in relation to?
No, they did ask where their car was in the driveway, and I showed them where it was, and then I showed them where Stephen was laying. But that's the only two things they asked.
Okay, they didn't ask where your car was and all that?
Not that I remember, no, ma'am.
Do you know if they took any measurements or anything like that?
Not that I remember. I wasn't outside the whole time they were out there.
Do you remember if you had to show them where any other items may have been?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Balak, any questions?
Your Honor.
Little cross
When you
examination.
said that you thought Nathan shot Mr. Long, you didn't actually see that happen, right?
No, sir. He's the only person I knew involved, so that's why I said that, I assume.
So you didn't know anyone else that was in the car?
No, sir.
No questions.
Do you have any questions?
Just wanted to, Miss Massengill, you said you were watching YouTube on your phone?
Yes.
From your car?
Yes, sir.
So you only saw a brief, couple seconds here and there when you looked up about what was going on?
Yes, sir.
So Ms. Bennett asked you if anybody else had gotten out of the silver car. You said you didn't recall?
No, sir.
It could have happened, if it happened, when you were looking down.
Yeah.
And then like Mr. Ballard said, you don't know who actually shot your boyfriend at the time, do you?
No, sir.
When law enforcement asked you who was involved, the only name that you could give them was Nathan.
Yes, sir.
You didn't know if there was even any other person in the car?
I have no
And
idea.
if there was, you didn't know who they were?
No, sir.
You only knew that your boyfriend had planned on meeting Nathan to sell weed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any other questions for this witness?
No, she may be released.
All right, ma'am, you may go about your day.
Thank you.
Then you call your next witness.
The defense called Stephen Long.
All right. Stephen Long. This is the you had Stubby and Long. This is the victim. He's testified once already, so this is a recall. He testified from his wheelchair. He has been paralyzed from the result of the shooting that took place. For those that are just coming in, yes, the Bakersfield standoff, the hostage situation with the bomb threat has resolved. The FBI shot and killed the hostage taker. All hostages have been released successfully and without injury. We're awaiting a press conference where the Bakersfield police, about 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific time, will hopefully provide a few more answers, like the identity of the hostage taker, the number of hostages that were taken, whether or not the bomb was real, and some other facts regarding this case. Dragon, welcome. Good to have you here. Love these sort of channels. We sort of like it as well.
Good. I could just turn the microphone right here to let you do.
It doesn't matter where he wants to. Sir?
I can't get up there.
Yeah, this way he went up there. He's already been up there. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go back there.
That'd be easy for the jurors to see.
Where the camera is as well. Bailiff offers to. Let's see, that's going to be on 3.
Mr. Long, you've previously been sworn you're still under oath. You'll just speak into the microphone. Ms. Bennett, you may inquire whenever you're ready.
They're all mumblers.
Good morning, Mr. Long.
Good morning.
You already were given testimony yesterday. I just have a couple of follow-up questions.
Yes.
Do you remember that we talked yesterday about law enforcement interviewing you at the scene and at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did you have time to review your statements?
Yes, ma'am, I looked over.
And do you remember anything about those statements?
No, ma'am, I was heavily medicated at the time.
So you don't even remember that you were actually questioned?
No, ma'am, not at all.
And so then, as far as law enforcement goes, when you were doing better and you were back home, did they ever contact you to go back to the scene to describe what happened?
No, ma'am, not to go back to the scene.
No. Did anybody ever bring you out to the scene to maybe do a sketch of where everything was located?
No, ma'am.
Or for you to draw a sketch and say, this is where the car was, this is where I was, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And so outside of those statements that you do not remember, that's the only time that you had contact with law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And as we're going back to what happened, a lot of it you told us yesterday, so I'm going to go very quickly about some of the incident, some parts of the incident to get to where I really have the questions, just to kind of let we all know where we're talking, okay?
Right.
So you had essentially set up that we deal with Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
And he was supposed to come and meet with you and for that week deal.
Yes.
And you were the seller and he would have been the buyer.
Yes, ma'am.
As the car comes up, do you remember whether or not they got stuck anywhere?
I believe they did in the ditch or something.
In that drainage ditch?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you remember them being stuck there, and that was, do you remember the color of the vehicle?
I want to say it was like a silverish gray.
And when they're stuck in that ditch, what do?
Helped us redirect them to get out of it.
Did anybody leave the car at that point?
I believe Nathan helped me, like, talk him through it.
Okay, so Nathan and you are directing Dexter to move the car.
Correct.
And so as he's out of the ditch, he backs into the driveway.
Yes, ma'am.
About how far goes he into the driveway?
I would say like, pulled all the way in. Like,
he pulled all the way in?
Yeah. It was...
And then about how far was that? You know Madeline Massengill, correct?
Yes.
And who is Madeline to you?
She was my girlfriend at the time.
And where was Madeline while everything happened?
In a different car somewhere else, like behind us.
And how far was her car from the gray car?
Probably like 10, 15 feet or so.
And so after Dexter stops, does Nathan go back into the car?
After he stops.
Yeah, so you're getting them out of the ditch. Dexter backs into the driveway, and at some point he stops, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, does Nathan get back into the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason that you didn't want to do your transaction in a driveway, since you were both out already?
No, I didn't. I didn't think of it. Never thought of it at that point.
And so, where does Nathan go and sit?
He's in the passenger front seat.
And did you get back into the car?
That would be the first time, like after he parked, that would be the first time me getting in the car.
Okay. And that car, when you got into the car, were you invited in the car, or did you just decide you got getting in there?
I was told to get in the car.
And who told you that?
I'm not exactly sure which one asked or said that I could get in the car, but one of them.
One of them said that?
Yes.
And so when you say one of them, how many people are in the car?
There's 3.
And so, and that's Dexter, and he's sitting where?
He's sitting in the driver's seat.
And then it's which I'm sure you know by now, his younger sister, although you didn't know that then, right?
Right.
So, and where's she sitting?
Behind him in the back seat.
And then Nathan in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And so the back door, was it open or closed?
The back door, they were both closed.
So you opened it, and then somebody said get in, or did they say get in and then you opened it?
So they said to get in first, and then I opened it.
Okay. And did they say that through the window, or was the door still open?
Through the window. I heard something.
So you get into the car. Do you close the door behind you, or do you leave it open?
I just closed it real quick.
Pardon me?
I just closed it.
Okay. And when you're in that car, what's the next thing that happens?
I hand Nathan the lead.
And do you hand that over the back seat or around, or how does it?
Around his seat, like through the middle to him, if that makes sense.
And What does Nathan do when she handed him the weed?
He just takes it from me, and it appears he's counting money.
Okay. And what do you do while that's happening?
I'm texting my girlfriend at the time back. Like, she had just texted me right before I got in, and I'm answering and replying to her.
And you testified yesterday that while you were doing that, and correct me if I have that wrong, okay? I'm working from memory here. So if I remember correctly, you had said that while you were texting, Dexter started threatening you.
He didn't threaten me. He said, "Hey, what's that?" And the gun was already on my chest.
So, and he said, so the gun was on your chest, you're saying? His gun?
Yes.
Not yours? Where was yours?
Mine was on my waistband.
Okay, and what do you do?
I'm stuck with my phone. I hold my phone, my hands are up, just sitting there.
And do you get into a tussle at all with him?
No, ma'am.
And does he, so while he's doing that, how far in the back is he? He was on the driver's seat. Does he like climb all the way back in, or does he do that from the driver's seat? How does that happen?
He doesn't climb all the way back there, but he's pretty much all the way in the back, like to me.
So,
like leaned over the center console.
Okay. And does he grab into your pockets to get your items?
Yes,
and for the gun and everything?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had the tan gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the tan gun have that extra long clip in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it secured in it or was it loose?
At the time, I believe it would be secured in it.
And so he grabs that. You say he grabs those items, and then what happens?
After he grabs everything from me, we're sitting there in silence for a few minutes. I'm waiting on whether to be told to get out of the car or not, and I feel threatened, so I try to run, and that's whenever I hear him say, "Oh fuck no," and he shoots me.
And so the whole time there's not a tussle, you're not engaging in any kind of physical altercation with him?
No, ma'am.
Does he say anything, Dexter?
All he said was, "Hey, what's that?" And that's all he said to me.
Does he say anything to Stubby?
Nope.
What's Stubby do?
Nothing. Just sitting there.
Does he help you? Does he help Dexter? Does he do anything? What does Jada do?
Nothing. Just sits there.
And so then you get shot and you tumble out of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you tumble out of the car, do you have your gun still on you or your magazine or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And do you drop like right next to the car or a little bit further away?
Pretty much right next to the car, but I'm a little further into the grass.
And how did you get from right next to it into the grass?
I would just say the momentum of me trying to run or something. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. And now your injury, of course, is pretty bad. And did law enforcement ever come and take any pictures of your back after you were able to do that, being better, feeling better, being not in immediate danger anymore?
Not that I necessarily recall. I'm not positive about that, though.
Right. A moment.
These are pretty much the same sort of questions we heard when he was on the stand the first time, and the same type of answers and the same style of answering. All this could fit under one objection of asked and answered.
Thank you, Mr. Long. That's all I have.
Doc, any questions?
Just a couple of Morning, Mr. Long. I think I asked this last time, but at the time of this incident, it was like Halloween time, right?
Yeah.
And you had a lot of decorations in your yard.
Yeah.
And it's pretty normal for people to drive by and look at your setup at your house, at your girlfriend's house.
I would say so. Yeah.
So it's not unusual for you to not want to do the deal in public or out in the open, right?
Right.
And it's pretty normal for you to get in the car and make a deal.
Yes, sir.
And did you think anything was up when you went in?
No, sir, not at all.
No further questions.
Any questions?
Well, you told this Bennett a moment ago that you get in the car and you hand Mr. Alexander the marijuana, and you said it appeared he was counting money. You never actually saw him with any money, did you?
I mean, no, sir.
What made you appear that he was counting money?
Just the I would say the body movement, his hands moving. I would say that it appeared that he had something in his hands and he was doing something.
So you never actually saw what it was?
No, I just assumed it was money.
And it was Mr. Owens who shot you?
Yes.
And you got shot in the back as you were trying to leave the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
You redirect?
No, sir.
Can the witness be excused?
Yes.
Mr. Long, you may go about your day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, he is done. Released from testimony, but all indications show that he will never walk again after this shooting. Drug deal went bad.
Spitty, can you call your next witness?
Public Investigator Norris.
Looks like he's not leaving the courtroom. He's staying to watch the outcome of the case, as is his right. This should be interesting. Calling an investigator to provide testimony to help the defendant. The update on the hostage situation is it's over at 4:20 this morning. FBI SWAT team shot and killed the hostage taker. All hostages were released successfully without injury.
All right, sir, if you'll have a seat.
There's a press conference
in Ms. Bennett, you may
2
inquire
hours.
whenever you're ready.
We'll jump to that press conference in 2 hours.
Morning, investigator.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Investigator Daryl Chase Norris.
And Investigator Norris, how long have you been at the sheriff's office?
Right at 6 years now.
And in October of 2024, what were your duties then?
I'm sorry?
In October of 2024, what was your role? What were you assigned to?
I was assigned to personal property crimes in the Criminal Investigations Division.
And as personal property crimes and criminal investigation, what are your duties on a day-to-day basis?
At the time, I was generally investigating just person and property crimes.
Sorry, I'm going to mute him. The press conference is an hour and 18 minutes, or hour and 12 minutes.
You were called, did you get called out to a crime scene on October 12th of 2024?
I didn't get called out to it. I was already actively working due to our on-call shifts. So I was out and about in the county whenever the call came out. I responded to assist with everything.
Moment. As you get to the scene, what do you see?
Whenever I first got to the scene, I noticed Corporal Finney was standing in the front yard. The victim was laying, there's a driveway leading up to the house. He was laying towards the end of the driveway over towards the grass or in the grass. And then I believe I saw the victim's girlfriend outside as well.
Was the victim conscious?
Yes.
And was he able to talk?
Yes.
And were you the first officer on the scene, or
No, ma'am. I believe I was the second officer on scene.
could it have been Deputy Finney who was first?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get there, what do you do?
So whenever I get there, I just started trying to establish what actually happened. Started speaking with the victim's girlfriend, started speaking with her, notified Corporal McGowan of what was going on, like verified there was actually a shooting that occurred, notified Corporal McGowan, now Sergeant McGowan, and then started getting additional resources to the scene.
And were you able to determine a first idea of what you believed happened?
Yes, ma'am. Like as I started talking with the victim's girlfriend, I started putting two and two together and realizing what was going on.
And what theory did you develop had happened?
So at the time, I started putting together that it was most likely a drug deal with a robbery incorporated into it.
Did you learn of any potential suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you given a description of the suspects?
I believe I was. I know I was from the victim himself. Whenever I went and I spoke with him, whenever he was in the hospital, I don't remember if the victim's girlfriend gave me a description or not.
And did you learn the name of the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
What name did you learn?
I was provided the name Stubby, and the real name's Nathan Alexander.
Were you able to pull up a picture or identify Stubby with any of them?
Not at the moment. Not whenever I was on scene, ma'am.
Did you, when you said you were a drug deal gone bad, did you learn how the buyer and the seller communicated?
I believe it was later whenever I was interviewing the victim at the hospital.
Oh, okay. So we'll go to that in a moment. So then at the scene, so you're the one doing any collecting of evidence that evening?
No, ma'am. My main priority was just like examining, seeing what needed to be collected. And then investigator Erin responded out there. She was a crime scene technician for that portion. And she did all the collection of evidence and photographs.
You were not the case agent, correct?
No, ma'am.
So what you did would have been referred to Sergeant McGowan?
Right.
And any reports, anything, audio, everything that you did, Sergeant McGowan was privy to?
Correct.
And so as I guess Mr. Long was at some point picked up by EMS?
Correct. Shortly after we got on scene.
And does somebody stay to secure the scene, or does everybody leave to try to find the suspects?
No, I remained on scene.
And did you have any involvement in locating the suspects?
The main involvement I had was the victim's girlfriend had his phone on Live 360. We learned that it was down in the Springfield. His cell phone was in the Springfield area. That information was given over to Sergeant McGowan and some of the patrol guys. They went down to that area and secured that area.
You didn't have any part of that?
No. Now I did go to that residence later in the evening whenever the search warrants were signed.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you saw Mr. Long, the victim, at the hospital. Was that the same day or was it at a later day?
A later day.
Do you remember how much later it was? Do you remember the date?
I believe the incident occurred Friday night, Saturday morning, and it was probably Monday or Tuesday whenever we came back into the office, whenever I went up there.
So Mr. Long had already been in and out of surgery?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you learn any information from Mr. Long?
No, he just kind of went over what his side of the story was. Talked about them communicating with each other. Talked about facilitating the sale of marijuana, and then the incident that occurred itself.
Did you learn how they were communicating?
Yes, ma'am.
How were they communicating?
I was informed of it.
sustained the hearsay objection. He can't answer to what other people saw and said to him.
So do you know if that statement that you took, whether that was transcribed?
Yes, ma'am, it should have been.
And would that have been forwarded to Sergeant McGowan?
It would have been uploaded into the case file.
Okay. That's actually all the questions I have. Thank you.
Val, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that, Officer Norris, I believe that you said that you thought that this was a drug deal with a robbery.
Correct.
Did you have any evidence provided to you in your investigation to show that one of the people in this sale were trying to pay for the drugs?
No, not at the, like, whenever we initiated the investigation, no.
Did you ever interview Mr. Alexander or Stubby to see?
I wasn't involved in any interviews.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Norris, when you were on scene, did you get a chance to look at the wounds or the bullet hole in Mr. Long?
Yes, sir.
And was there anything particular about that wound that you noticed?
I noticed that it appeared to be a contact wound.
What do you mean by contact wound?
Like it appeared that the gun was either pressed up or very close to his back.
And what about the wound told you that?
You can see the stippling and like the char around the wound.
And I think we heard testimony from Deputy Finney yesterday about what stippling is. It's the burnt powder that's expelled from the end of the gun when it's fired.
Right.
Stippling only appears in cases where somebody's shot and the gun is in very close proximity to the item that's shot, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
No further questions.
You read it?
Just real brief. Investigator Norris, do you recall where on Mr. Long's body that bullet wound was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I show you a sketch of a man's back, would you be able to mark that on there?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach?
You may approach.
He's marking this on the sketch.
Want to put your name and initial.
Press conference is in 1 hour for the Bakersfield hostage situation update. The hostage taker is dead. All the hostages have been released.
Defense K, I would like to move this.
J.
J, yes.
Yeah, any objection?
No, but I would like to see it.
Exhibit J will be accepting the evidence. You may publish.
We are going to jump to that press conference as soon as video becomes available from that. So keep your eyes peeled.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Can the witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Sir, you may go about your day.
Thank you.
And then you can call your next witness.
Call in Investigator McGowan.
Investigator McDowell is the next one up. She's going through all the witnesses again, even though she got a chance to talk to them the first time around. These are the state's witnesses that she's trying to get some evidence that will support her defense case. She's sort of flinging spaghetti. She's sort of just rehashing it all.
Sir, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
You have a seat speaking to the microphone. Ms. Bennett, you may inquire whenever you're ready.
They are public defenders, I believe, yes.
Madam Clerk.
gets her papers, walks to the other side of the courtroom where the lectern is, and questions him from there.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm just having a few follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
Most of it, I believe you already testified to yesterday. And starting with the scene on Charles Street. You said you went there that evening, correct?
I did.
And what was your role there that evening? What did you do?
Originally, I went there because at that time, that was the only, I guess, scene we had. So my intention was to work that scene when that was the only scene. Once the information came where the victim's phone was, I left pretty early on to go where the suspects and potential evidence would have been.
Did you go back to the original Charles, Charles Street scene?
I can't recall if I went back with crime scene to look for the shell casing. I believe I did, but I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever take did any sketches as to where the vehicles were located?
I did not.
And you know that Ms. Massengill was present at that scene during the shooting?
She was.
And did you ever see or look at where she was located when everything happened?
When I got there, she was speaking with an investigator. I don't know where she was. I didn't do that interview.
I guess my question is, she relayed certain information, and then part of that was seen through a rearview mirror, I guess. Are you aware of that?
I do not know that.
And so you didn't go back and see whether whatever vantage point she was at, she would have been able to see anything?
I did not.
Did you instruct CSI Aaron to do a sketch of the scene, take any measurements or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you go back or send anyone back to see where Mr. Long was found that evening in relation to where the car could have been?
I know the location of where he was found that night of. I don't know where that would be in relation to the car.
Do you know, now there was some talk about an item, I guess, that was picked up by Jada.
Correct.
Do you know where that item would have been located?
No, ma'am.
Did you go back or send anybody back to maybe talk to Ms. Massengill or Mr. Long?
I didn't send anybody back. I know that they were interviewed the night of.
Ms. Massengill and Mr. Long?
Correct.
And so you said you stayed there just a short time, and then you went to the school Avenue
Springfield. Yes, ma'am.
Location. And there was a bunch of people there, a bunch of cops.
There was.
And you all had that house surrounded for about how long?
A couple hours.
And you said nobody came out when they saw you?
No, ma'am.
Is that necessarily unusual?
To have law enforcement surrounding your house with a dozen law enforcement officers trying to get you to come out, yes, I would say that's unusual not to come out.
Well, let me rephrase it. So if there's a lot of law enforcement presence in the neighborhood, do people usually come out or stay within their homes?
So I can answer it two-part. Typically, people do come out, but more importantly, at this mobile home park, everyone came out of their mobile home. That's one of the ways that we knew where the car belonged, because we were able to speak to several mobile home owners in there and rule them out that they weren't the people involved in the case. So this home would be the only one that didn't come out.
Okay. And y'all, about how many law enforcement officers do you think were there, roughly?
A dozen.
How many of them were in uniforms?
I mean, technically, you talking about like a patrol uniform? Because we're all in a uniform.
I guess easily identifiable as law enforcement.
I would say everyone is easily identifiable in law enforcement. We all have guns, badge, handcuffs, vest. But there's several marked patrol cars and several deputies in a green uniform.
And that neighborhood there, what kind of demographics are in that neighborhood?
Objection, relevance.
You all had guns on you?
Demographics.
Absolutely.
And they were clearly visible?
Absolutely.
And so is it feasible that people may be afraid to come out?
I'm a little tired.
Afraid to come out, why?
I'm tired today.
Because you're armed and you may use that gun?
I'm a law enforcement deputy. I'm armed right now, and we're always armed. And by policy, our badge is next to our gun, which is how I have mine on today.
Mm-hmm.
And cops are known to be armed.
Okay. And you all are trained in the use of your firearms?
Yes.
And there are policies when to use them and when not?
Correct.
And this is part of your job to know when there are potentially dangerous situations to use that firearm?
Correct.
And when you use that firearm, you fire it potentially at other human beings?
Correct.
And so other human beings could potentially be afraid that they end up hurt.
Could someone be afraid of a gun? Is that your question?
They could be afraid of a gun. They could be afraid of somebody carrying a gun. They could be afraid of an officer carrying a gun. Couldn't they?
Sure, anything's possible, but the entire complex was not afraid of us that night, just the ones that we were looking to take into custody.
And so once you use, I guess, a bullhorn or some sort of loudspeaker to tell everybody to come out.
PA system on my truck.
Mm-hmm. But that's doing the same thing. It's making a loud noise, and you can basically say, hey, you all come out, or whatever you want to tell them.
Well, before that, my blue lights are turned on. My siren is activated. And then, yes, I speak into a PA system.
I guess my question is whether or not when you want to communicate with the people inside,
Mm-hmm.
You use some sort of speaker system to tell them, hey, everybody in the house come out.
Correct.
And when that happened, did they come out?
They did, but I believe the reason they came out is one of my instructions after I identified ourselves is we have a search warrant and we're going to come in. That was their last chance. So the options were come out or we're coming inside to get you. So that's why I believe they came out.
But they ended up coming out.
Correct.
So they didn't wait for you to come in. Did anybody threaten you?
No one threatened me.
Was anybody, once you told them to come out, you have a search warrant, was anybody not coming out?
No, everyone came out of the house.
Did everybody come out and turn themselves over to you?
Yes.
And out of the people that were there were, I guess, some small children which had really nothing to do with anything.
Correct.
And then there was the young people, Dexter, Nathan, Juliana, Ayden, and Jada.
Correct.
Were there any other young people there?
I don't recall offhand.
And of those people who came out, who was all detained?
His tie is mangled.
I know for sure. I'm not sure. It would be a large amount of people. Ultimately, I have the legal authority to detain everyone because I have a search warrant for the residents. I don't recall exactly who was handcuffed. No one was free to go at that point.
Okay, so then you all did the search. After everybody is I guess, in front or back or somewhere outside of the home?
A search of the home was conducted, yes.
And that was while everybody is being monitored by other law enforcement officer outside.
Correct.
And once that search was over, we'll talk about that in a minute. Once that search was over, who are the people that were transported to the station?
Would have been Mr. Alexander. I drove him. Mr. Owens, I believe Jada, I don't recall if Ayden and Juliana were transported. They very well may have. I just don't recall.
And were any other people, those were the only ones that were, for lack of a better term, arrested or brought to the station?
They weren't under arrest at that time, but yes, they were transported to the station.
And they weren't free to leave?
Correct.
And was everybody handcuffed for the transport?
I believe I said I don't believe everybody was handcuffed. I don't recall who all was handcuffed.
Okay. And I mean just for the transport, not for everybody waiting at the home. So the 3 to 5 that were going to the station, were they handcuffed?
I don't believe everyone was handcuffed. I don't even know that I had Mr. Alexander handcuffed.
And so as you're there, how do you determine who is going to the station and who is not?
So I had the little bit of information from Mr. Alexander, who was placing people around the crime, and those would have been important. So for instance, if Mr. Hughes is said to have been home and didn't go with them, that's why he wouldn't be taken to the sheriff's office. So the information that I had at the time, who was involved or believed to be involved, would have been transported to the sheriff's office.
Was Mr. Hughes questioned that evening or later?
So I'm calling it that even. This is actually early of the day, like 1, 2, 3 a.m. He was being interviewed while I still had the suspects at the sheriff's office. So the same time frame.
Okay, so, and how did Mr. Hughes get to the station?
I don't recall. I didn't take him.
Okay. And now, so Jada was 15 at the time. She was transported to the station and she was not free to leave, agreed?
Was she free to leave the station?
Mm-hmm.
I believe she was transported. She had to get there somehow. I didn't personally take her. My comment of not free to leave is when I said everyone was detained outside of the house. At that point of the investigation, I had nothing to say. She had committed a crime. However, she was a witness, so she was brought to the sheriff's office.
And so the suspects and witnesses brought to the sheriff's office were brought there for questioning?
Yes.
And if any of them would have said, I've had it, I'm going to go, would they have been able to go?
Jada would have been. Mr. Alexander and Mr. Owens would not have been.
Was Jada specifically told that?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you offered Jada counsel or parent present?
If I offered her counsel?
Mm-hmm.
No, I wouldn't.
Advised her of her Miranda rights, advised her, if she wanted a parent presence in a young age?
Okay. So to answer both of them, she was taken from a home with a parent, so the parent was notified. I have to make an attempt to notify a parent. This happened in front of a parent, so that part was covered. She's a witness to a case with no criminal involvement, is the knowledge I have. So I did not read a witness her Miranda rights, which I've never done.
You can see a reflection of the judge's
computer. You didn't have any plans on
the screen?
I did not.
You can see what he's surfing the web for.
So let's get back to the scene on School Avenue. Are you one of the first ones going into the house?
I don't recall if I helped with the entry of the house, simply because when Mr. Alexander came out, I remember speaking to him pretty quickly. So there was a lot of deputies on scene, so I don't know that I was part of the entry team.
What's the normal procedure in that kind of situation? Is there a team that goes in and secures the house first and then it's being searched, or how does that usually work? If you could tell the jury what the procedure is.
So typically on a search warrant, after contact is made, we give them, that's why there's the lights and sirens, the PA announcements, so that there's no misunderstanding who we are, what we're there for, and what we're going to do. We allow them an opportunity to come out. On this instance, a lot of people came out. It was unknown how many were in. So law enforcement officials would go in and clear the house. They're not searching. They're not looking for evidence at that time. It's basically clearing the house so that crime scene can come in. Overall photos are taken of the house as the house sits, as all the property sits. Once the photos are done of where everything is to start, then the search takes place.
Thank you. And were
This
you
isn't
one of the
helping
people taking the photos, or was it somebody from crime scene?
Crime scene.
And once they were done with the photos, do you enter the house?
Do I specifically?
Yeah, do you go and participate in the search, look around, do any of that?
I don't believe I did. I could be mistaken, but I know that Mr. Alexander coming out and having the initial statement took up most of my focus.
All right. And did you learn something about a bleach being found in there?
He's back on the web.
A bleach bottle?
Yes,
like
I
that?
believe, I don't remember if I got that information when I was at the sheriff's office, but I do have knowledge of it.
And what's the relevance of that bleach?
That I was told that the gun was washed or cleaned with bleach.
When you clean a gun with bleach, I guess there's several ways you can do it. You can douse it, or you can wipe it down.
Correct.
And do you know which method was used for this particular gun?
I believe the comment was wiped down. I don't remember being told that it was poured on it.
Did you have the gun examined for bleach?
No, ma'am. I believe I answered that yesterday that I didn't.
And you said yesterday also that there are several items in evidence, one of which would be DNA swabs for the guns, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, approach.
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Then I asked that they be.
If you'll just name them, Ms. Bennett.
Sorry?
If you'll just put them on the record, what you're asking to introduce.
Sure. It's going to be defense A, victim's pants. Defense B is rounds from a 22. Defense C is swab of a 22. Defense C is a test fired cartridge from a 22. Defense E is a swab of a 19mm Glock. Defense F is test fired cartridges from the 19mm Glock. Defense G is a iPhone with a broken back. And defense H is a gray silver iPhone.
All right, they'll be accepting the evidence. You may approach.
Look at these. Investigators, those are items that are held in evidence at the Bay County Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Correct.
And how do you know that?
Because they have our evidence label, our barcode, and it's referenced my case number.
And what do you see what that's purports to be?
Exhibit 22B is swab of Exhibit 22, which is a Glock 44 22 caliber, and it lists a serial number. Exhibit 6B is a swab of Exhibit 6, which is a Glock 19X 9mm, and it lists a serial.
And when it says it's a swab, would you tell the jury what that is?
It's basically a long Q-tip, and you can take the end of the Q-tip and swab something and try to collect DNA or stuff like that off of it.
Q-tip, not a sponsor.
And these two items that are in evidence at the County Sheriff's Office, have they been used in any other way other than to store it that you know of?
No, ma'am.
What do you usually do when you have a DNA swab and want to get more information about it? How is that process?
If you want to use the swab, you would send it to FDLE. You would need a known comparison of who you think the suspect is and obtain that through a court order and then send it with that item to compare to say, does this swab have DNA that matches the swab of this specific person's DNA?
Does it sometimes happen that items are sent without the comparison just to see if the DNA is useful or if it leads to any information?
Yeah, there are instances in like sexual battery cases where you can send a sample of maybe have like an unknown suspect and it can be entered into a database. If their DNA is in the system, it would give you a positive match.
But it's also possible to just say this DNA is worthless, it's not enough, or it's been contaminated, anything like that, or this is good DNA, we need a comparison sample.
I object to beyond the scope of this officer's ability to testify. This is by personal knowledge.
Objection beyond ability to testify beyond personal knowledge.
I don't know how FDLE processes DNA. I have my knowledge of things, but I don't know the answer to that.
So when you have a case and you are the one making the decision to send the DNA in.
Correct.
Have you ever gotten, and you said you've done this for 14 years.
Correct.
Have you ever gotten a sample back where the FDLE said we can't do anything with it, it's not good?
No, I've gotten it back and there's no match in CODIS, which is the system I was talking about. I don't recall getting a return back that says this DNA is no good.
So all of the DNA that you sent was always useful in 14 years, every single one?
I didn't say that. I said if there was a match, I remember getting, if there is a match in CODIS or not a match in CODIS. If there's not a match in CODIS, then it wouldn't be beneficial to my case because I don't have a match.
That is correct. But my question is, have you ever had a case where they couldn't match it because the DNA sample was bad?
So that's where I said I don't recall getting a return that FDLE tells me DNA collected is bad. I don't know that's ever been said on a form.
Okay. So, but this one wasn't sent in the first place.
Correct. That was my decision.
And so we don't know whether this DNA would have been useful.
I don't. I did not. I made the decision not to send it off, and I stand by that decision.
And your reason when you said yesterday was you believe you didn't have probable cause?
I didn't have probable cause to send it. I said I didn't believe I had probable cause for the cell phone.
To get a comparison sample. So in order to have that sent in, you would have to have a sample of maybe Mr. Owens, Mr. Alexander, and Mr. Long, for example, correct?
Correct.
And those are generally done with a court order, correct?
Correct.
And more often than not, those are granted.
Correct.
And so you decided not to ask for a court order.
That's correct.
And that was your decision.
Absolutely.
And then there is, and that's in the state's evidence, I don't know if you've seen it yesterday, the bullet fragment that was removed from Mr. Long. Have you seen that?
I have.
And did you tell us that you believed it to be a 22? And how did you come to that conclusion?
So originally, I know it was pretty early on in the case. I'm trying to just make sure I have the right crime scene tech. I don't know the name to recall, but I know examining the projectile and coming to the conclusion that it matched the size of a 22, which is obviously a different size than the other firearms we collected that had the capability of shooting them. And I know we came to the conclusion that it was a 22, a small caliber.
When you say we, who was involved with that conclusion?
I can't recall who I'm referring to. That's why I didn't say a name. I just don't want to be wrong.
Okay, so that would be a CSI person.
I believe so.
Do you have any special training in matching bullets, casings, and that to any guns, firearms?
Do I have any training in that? No, ma'am.
Does it normally, when you want to match it, does that get sent into FDLE?
If I want to match it as into like another spent round or spent casing for comparison?
Or just to be sure, where you said you believe that this was a 22 fragment, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you had a CSI there who you don't recall. Could you also have sent this with a matching 22 to FDLE to confirm whether this would match?
Just so I'm clear, send this projectile with a matching 22?
For example?
I understand, for example, I'm asking.
We have the matching 22, correct?
Okay, what would be?
You've seen that yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. What would be the matching? I don't understand the matching I would send. As in another round fired out of the same gun?
As in, for FDLE to look and confirm your opinion, to say, yes, it is possible that this fragment comes from this gun, or to say, no, the officer was mistaken, this fragment most likely did not come from this gun.
I don't have a shell casing from the scene to send with another one for comparison of the firearm being used. So I'm just not understanding where I'm getting the matching projectile from.
I'm not saying to match the projectile. I'm saying is if you already came to the conclusion that this projectile could have come from that black block that's in evidence. That is your conclusion and that of the unknown CSI. Did you ever send it to somebody else who does that, like FDLE, who does forensics examinations to confirm your conclusion?
This is actually important.
Just so I can understand. I didn't say that projectile came from that 22 block. I said it was a 22 projectile. Where I guess I've become confused is the original question was send the projectile with a matching 22 projectile. I'm just trying to confirm where I'm getting the matching 22 projectile from.
All I'm asking you is, did you ever send that fragment?
No, ma'am.
To be confirmed, yes, this could be a 22, and then potentially to be confirmed, yes, this could have been coming from this firearm. Not it did or didn't, because we know we don't have the casing. But this could have been there. Did you ever have a forensic examiner confirm your conclusion?
I did not personally.
Okay.
It's good. The judge has a headache. This is important because if it was a 22 that shot the victim, it was the victim's own 22 that shot him. That means they took the gun first.
Did you look at the guns when they came in? Did you examine them and look at them, or kind of just said, or did that not happen?
I did.
It's pretty obvious.
Was there on the black 22, was there a bleach order? That was the one that was supposed to have been cleaned with bleach, right?
I don't recall if it smelled like bleach.
And so you don't recall if it smelled like bleach. Was there any discoloration as it would happen with bleach?
I don't recall it having a discoloration.
And was there anything that you retrieved at the scene, such as a rag with bleach on it, such as fingerprints from the bleach bottle? Anything that confirms the story that this gun was allegedly cleaned with bleach, other than the statement of Mr. Alexander?
I didn't search the house.
Somebody searched the house.
I was answering the question of, did I find anything? I didn't search the house.
Did you, as an agency, you're the case agent. We already established that.
Yes, ma'am.
So everything that everybody else does comes to you.
I was just answering the question that you asked me.
So did you or your team find anything in that house and collect anything in that house, physical evidence, that would confirm that indeed a firearm was cleaned with bleach?
I just know they took pictures of the bleach bottle. Not aware of anything else.
And the bleach bottle was located in what room?
I believe the bathroom.
Do you find it unusual that bleach is in a bathroom?
No.
This attorney is just representing Dexter, who the police believe was the shooter. The tall massage attorney represents Nathan.
When you didn't search that little gray silver car that was CSI Aaron, right?
I did not search it.
Do you know if it was CSI Aaron?
I don't. I know that she would have taken photos of it. I don't know that she searched it. I don't believe I was on scene when the search happened.
Okay. So you don't know whether this car was searched or not?
I know the car was searched. I don't know that she did it. I was just answering that part.
Okay. So you know the results of that search?
Not off my memory.
Do you have facilities at the Bay County Sheriff's Office when cars are parts of evidence, like for traffic crash, traffic homicides, DUIs, crime scene shootings, any of that, bullet holes in cars? Do you have facilities to have that car transported to?
We do.
And those facilities are specially set up with lighting and conditions that would be helpful in searching those cars, correct?
Correct.
Was that done with this car?
It was not.
And so this car was only searched at School Avenue, but it was not further removed and searched in detail.
Correct.
Did you find a casing that, or any bullet casing really, in relation to this case?
I did not find a casing.
Did anybody else on your team find any casings?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Long was wearing clothes when this all happened.
Correct.
And we're glad he did, because there was video.
So part of the clothes were collected at the crime scene at Charles Avenue. Do you know that?
I don't. When I got there, he was no longer there, so I don't know.
Do you know if any clothes were collected there?
I believe there's some evidence.
And do you know if any clothes were collected at the hospital?
I do not.
And would you agree that the shirt that he was wearing would have potentially been punctured by the bullet that hit Mr. Long?
Do I believe it could?
Would it have been punctured? Could it have been?
It could have been, yes.
Is it possible from holes in clothing to gather information such as stippling, direction, burn marks, and powder marks, anything like that?
Yes.
So that's for shootings potentially an important piece of evidence.
Correct.
Was this important piece of evidence collected?
Was the shirt collected?
Yes.
Without looking at the evidence form, I don't know the exact answer.
We're monitoring the press conference. It's going to be taking place in Bakersfield in a little bit, in about half an hour. The hostage situation is over. The hostage taker is deceased, shot by the FBI, and all the hostages were rescued without injury. But we're looking for more information. Big shout out to Artie on the scene, who was there watching them set up for the press conference. And it looks pretty cool. They're setting out speakers and everything right now. And crews are setting up to be there. So this is in front of the Bakersfield Police Building. The press conference will be there in a minute. We'll be jump into that live.
So The only thing I see of clothing is victim's black pants from driveway, and it gives the address, and then it looks like that's where the words end.
So, as far as you know, there was no shirt that was collected.
I did not collect the victim's shirt, and I don't know if someone did collect the shirt.
And you didn't instruct anybody to collect the shirt.
I don't recall telling someone to collect the shirt.
Did you ever send anybody or did yourself take pictures of Mr. Long's back after he was healed enough so that he could participate in that?
No.
When going to those techniques that we had, that we've seen on the video when you questioned Mr. Alexander, Mr. Owens. So why don't you swear in the defendant and the person to be interviewed, whether it's a witness or defendant, right at the get-go, and have everything properly recorded?
How is everything not properly recorded when it's in an audio video room? I'm not understanding.
Well, we determined yesterday, if I remember correctly, that the part that was transcribed and used and relied on by your investigation was the part that was recorded with your audio device that you put on the table.
Correct.
And why not do that to the whole interview?
Because in my 14 years of being in law enforcement, to include 11 in investigations, I don't know that I've ever sat someone down in an interview room and the very first thing they told me was the absolute truth. So it's considered a pre-interview. That's the purpose of having it in a recorded room. But I'm not going to take the first statement from them when I don't know if they're going to be honest or not. So we get through the story. I confront them with issues that I have and the truth of it. And when we get to a point where I feel there's honesty, I swear them to a statement.
And I guess that's a point where you feel there's some honesty. So you make the determination what part of the statement is true and what is not.
Take the testimony of everyone involved, the evidence, things like that.
So if actually, I don't have anything further.
Alec, any questions?
Yes, sir. Officer McGowan, are you aware that the car was owned by Juliana?
Correct.
And that there was another woman in the back aside from these two individuals?
Correct.
That one of them was actually present during the deal and alleged shoot. Ada?
Yes.
And yet neither of those were arrested, right?
You're asking why Juliana wasn't arrested?
Correct.
Arrested for what? She,
I guess, connection to the robbery?
She wasn't at the scene of the robbery.
Yeah, they used her car.
Which is not a crime.
And Jada was just a witness then?
Correct.
Yeah, so it's possible that multiple people could be at a deal where a robbery happens and not everyone gets charged with it.
Jada had zero involvement of any sort with what took place that night.
But it is possible. Just not being there is enough to implicate you with it.
Not being there?
Just being there isn't enough to, in your mind, to arrest them.
Correct.
Sullivan?
All right, we should be nearing the end here.
Jada was interviewed at the scene of the School Ave search warrant by investigators kind of on scene originally.
Correct. It's not me, I don't
And
think.
then she was taken to the sheriff's office.
She was.
Jada's mother was present at School Avenue.
She was.
Jada's stepfather was present at School Avenue.
Correct.
They were aware that you were taking Jada to the sheriff's office.
That's correct.
Did they come down to the sheriff's office saying, "Hey, I want to be there when you talk to her"?
No.
Did they say, "Don't talk to my daughter"?
No.
Did they make any attempts to stop you or limit you or want to be present for any of that?
No.
Were they prevented from doing any of that?
No.
You didn't tell them, "No, you can't come down," or anything like that?
No. I took them to the main sheriff's office on Highway 77, and that was actually explained where we were going. There was no secret where we were going.
When you say explained, you explained it to her mother and stepfather.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Bennett asked you a bunch of questions about these DNA swabs.
That's how I feel right now.
When an item is swabbed for DNA, does that swab always actually pick up or collect anything?
Not all the times. There's certain circumstances that it may not.
So you can swab something and it may not even collect any DNA.
Possibility.
Now, you said that sometimes you after you get a swab, you would send it to FDLA to try to get DNA results.
Correct.
And FDLE has rules and procedures on when you can like what type of cases you can submit DNA and what type you can't.
Correct.
So there are some times where you may take a swab, like you have in this case, and want to send it to FDLE, but they won't even accept it, right?
Correct.
At the end of the day, you've got a confession of who shot Stephen Long, don't you?
I do.
So did that play a factor in why you didn't send these swabs to FDLE?
It did. Plus, I have a victim, a co-defendant who's a witness, and the shooter all saying who shot the gun.
Now, DNA itself doesn't prove who fired a gun, does it?
It does not.
It just shows that someone's DNA got on that gun somehow, some way, at some point in time.
Correct.
You were asked a bunch of questions about the 22. You were told by the witnesses in this case that that 22 firearm was the gun that was used to shoot Stephen Long.
Correct.
And that's consistent with your observations that the bullet that was taken out of Stephen Long's back was a small caliber, like a 22 caliber bullet.
Correct.
You were asked about your determinations on when you turn on the recorder and take a formal statement.
Correct.
Your testimony was that you try to figure out what the suspect's going to say. You confront them with what you know and what they're not being truthful about. And at some point in time, you determine that they're, okay, now they're giving me some honesty.
Correct.
Does that mean they're being completely 100% honest with you?
No.
And you base that determination on the other facts and evidence and witness statements that you've gathered in the investigation.
Correct.
For example, in this particular case, Dexter Owens denied being the shooter for a long time.
He did. He did.
You confronted him with the statement that his stepdad made about Dexter admitting to Mr. Hughes that he was the shooter.
Correct.
And at that point, did he finally admit to being the shooter?
He did.
So you use that other information that you gained in the investigation to draw out some of that truth.
Correct. So I kept going from interview room to interview room. And it was just one of those interviews where I had to present everything I had in the case. And then he understood.
Ms. Bennett asked you some questions about when you were on scene at School Avenue. Law enforcement was there for a couple hours.
Correct.
There were a lot of other neighbors that came out to see what was going on.
They did.
They weren't scared of these people out in the parking lot with guns, were they?
No.
Nobody came out of this particular residence.
No.
Nobody came out to say, hey, we just got robbed, or Stephen Long just tried to rob us. Did they?
They did not.
You were asked questions about
your experience with firearms and carrying firearms and using firearms.
Yes.
You ever shot anybody in the back?
No.
No further questions.
Can you reiterate?
Wow. There's a cold finish for you. Zing. You ever shot anybody in the back?
So you said that you, Juliana, was not a suspect because she was not on the scene.
Correct.
And then we have a bunch of statements. Everybody gave statements. Miss Massengill gave multiple statements. And
She did.
And Mr. Long gave multiple statements.
Did.
And Mr. Owens gave multiple statements.
Well, just to be clear, he gave one statement, but yes, multiple stories.
And Mr. Alexander gave multiple stories. They was your.
Correct.
And
one statement, multiple stories.
Mr. Hughes.
One story.
And so going with these multiple stories.
Mm-hmm.
So you determined at that point which of these multiple stories are true. Would it have been useful to have physical evidence to back that up?
Well, I do have physical evidence in the case, and it's the separation of all involved. That's why there's different interview rooms that can't hear each other. So, yes.
That's not my question. My question is, you have different stories from different people, and you are the one that made the determination of what's true and what's not. That's what you just said, right?
Correct. I was trying to explain my answer.
And would it have not been useful to have physical evidence to say, this is what I believe is true. I'm going to find the physical evidence to show that I actually was right with my determination.
Yes, ma'am. And I collected physical evidence in this case.
And when people encounter law enforcement anywhere, let's say I'm driving down the road and I get stopped for whatever reason, for whatever traffic infraction I may or may not have committed. Am I expected to follow your orders?
If you're pulled over?
Anytime I encounter you and you know, if I'm pulled over, anytime I'm detained or surrounded or anything like that, am I expected to follow law enforcement orders?
Correct.
And if I'm pulled over, for example, and I'm told to put the window down and I don't do it, that could be problematic.
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm told to put my hands on the wheel and I don't, that could be problematic.
Correct.
If I want to get my paperwork out of the glove box, which could also have a gun in it, and I don't tell the officer my paperwork is in the glove box, may I get it? That could be problematic.
Right.
So if my house is surrounded by officers and I don't have an order to come out or not come out, I may stay in because not following orders could be problematic.
There was orders to come out. We didn't just stand there for a few hours and just waiting on someone to see us. We had knocked on the door. It was very well known that we were there. It was through witness and defendant testimony. Even they said they knew we were there. So we didn't stand there for hours just waiting.
I'm not saying that they don't know that you were there, misunderstood, or maybe I misphrased it. So here's a house surrounded by law enforcement. There's people inside who may or may not have been afraid. The other neighbors' houses weren't surrounded, right? It was just this one.
The whole mobile home park is surrounded. It's a small area with dozens of cops. It's not like we were just all parked at this house.
Okay, but at some point you told me that that this particular residence was a residence of interest and was surrounded.
Correct.
And all the other neighbors didn't have a surrounded house. They had law enforcement present, but not a surrounded house.
That's incorrect.
So you've surrounded every single house in that neighborhood.
You have a small complex with mobile homes sitting right next to each other. We have dozens of us there and we're spread out. At no point are we just shoulder to shoulder against this house for officer safety reasons. That's actually part of the reason the neighbors right next to them came out. Is it appeared as we're surrounding their house too. Yes, the focus is on one house, but we're spread out.
So the focus is on one house.
Correct.
Person in the house, or there were multiple people in that house, right?
There was.
So we assume some people may have known, just for argument's sake, may have known why you're there, and other people would not have known why you're there. They could all be equally afraid to come out because there's law enforcement surrounded with guns, right?
There's certainly a possibility. That was never told to me.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the witness?
No, Your Honor. Just one. You attempted to knock on the door and get people to come out multiple times?
Absolutely.
No further questions.
Any other questions? Can the witness be excused?
Yes.
Sir, you may go about your day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. We're going to start back. It's about 10 to 12. We're going to start back at 1:15. That'll give you an hour and 25 minutes. Leave your notepads in the courtroom. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't check any media sources or use your electronic devices to find out any more about the case you know right now. If you see anybody you've seen in the courtroom, do your very best to avoid them. I'm telling them the same thing. If everyone will remain in the courtroom till the sheriff's office releases you, if you'll follow the bailiffs in the back. Remember, when you come back to the courthouse, let the bailiff know up front that you're on the jury trying the case. Go to the circuit judge's reception area. Everybody stay there until you're all together and escorted to this courtroom by the Bay County Sheriff. Enjoy your lunch.
Wow, that was a lot. We're trying to keep an eye on on what's happening. Let's see, we're going to be on 2, I think, right here at the scene for the.
See, if I would have moved my tripod,
she
would have took my spot.
This is RD on the scene.
All right, everyone can have a seat if you'll just wait until the bailiffs release you. We'll break for lunch. Deputy Dexter, I'd like to have Mr. Owens and Mr. Alexander back in the courtroom at 10 after. Okay? All right. Y'all enjoy your lunch.
All right. So they go to lunch. The feed's going to stop right there from Florida. We're going to keep an eye on that. And we're also going to keep an eye on what's happening here in Bakersfield, as we got news this morning that the hostage standoff situation had been resolved, that there's no more threat. The hostage taker had been eliminated by the FBI SWAT team in a shooting, and all the hostages were released without harm. So that is the best possible news we can possibly get for the hostages. Not the best news for the hostage taker, but you can arguably say that's no one's fault but his own. So we're going to keep an eye out for the press conference here. Let's see if we can bring it in right here, maybe. No, we've already got that one over there. It's supposed to be starting in about 8 minutes. Let's see who else has feeds here. Already on the scene. Man, he was out there capturing video pretty much through all the event last night and through this morning. I don't know if he slept. Just incredible. Let's see. Love the dog statue. That's outside the police station. He's going to have to move back over and get back to his tripod because people are taking up position. You can see that half circle that's formed around the podium there in front of the police station in Bakersfield. With just a couple minutes left. We're hoping. He said he slept 3 hours. Oh my goodness! What a trooper! That's awesome. Looking to see if possibly Dad's Gone Live is awake to cover this. Dad's Gone Live. And I don't see him yet covering this. He was up all night as well, and most of the day. One of the early ones on the scene, local police action chaser. We're on RD on the scene right now. This is who you can see. We can also get some audio. You can see news media.
They just put more water in.
The space between the two cars right there on the side of the street is basically shoulder to shoulder from mainstream news cameras from all the major networks and television stations.
It fits right below the cameras. It's perfect. Front row seat. I'm taking notes.
What we like about this is the police. The police have provided their own sound system, so there are powered speakers that will be projecting the sound, so anyone recording with a phone or something without a shotgun mic or a remote wireless mic will be able to get good audio from this as well. So we should be able to hear at least what's happening, even if we can't necessarily get the best view because of the angle we're at. Yes, bank hostage last night. Well, not bank. It was just Chase Bank building hostage situation, and it went for many, many hours. We went to bed about 2 o'clock. It ended at 4:20 in the morning, California time. So there's some shiny shoes. Like silver. Let's see. Yeah, my eyes are up here, right? I've got one of those pins I might need to send to him. 4:20, you said? Yes, Debbie, it was at 4:20 this morning that the situation ended. The hostages were rescued and the hostage taker was eliminated. I don't know if he has been removed from the building yet. We have not seen anything, and there's not a lot of coverage of the building anymore. I was with you last night until I fell asleep. It was a late night, for sure. I'm trying to see if there's any other angles that we can get. Does anyone know... there's somebody on the scene called Ayden. Where does he stream? Quebec? Okay. Let's see if... Seeing it here. Let's see if I've already got that one. Just 1 second, we'll get this other feed going. I like to have a little bit of redundancy built in. Let's take camera 3 down. Let's put this one up. Let's wait for the ads to finish here. Just a couple minutes more.
3 hours of sleep. 3 hours of sleep. How you doing? Good. I watched your stream all night last Thank you.
That's awesome.
Oh, man. So we got 3 more minutes. Got 3 more minutes.
Couple angles here for you as we're trying to get ready to monitor this. This went on for hours. Started about 1 o'clock in California time. Obviously, a disturbed gentleman.
Need to clean Officer Django, man.
Obviously, a disturbed gentleman came into the Chase Bank. I need to change the audio so it's stereo. Just 1 second. Camera 3. Stereo. Done. All right. A disturbed gentleman came into the Chase Bank building and said he had a bomb attached to his chest and took hostages. Obviously, the bank was evacuated as best they could, but there were individuals who were remaining either as hostages or hiding that remained inside the building as this man started making demands. I've heard he asked for everything from a Dr. Pepper up to his case files for an incident that happened that he was involved with, where he's allegedly committed some pretty horrific acts that may have come to light, or at least in the prosecution of them, may have involved the school district, as a school may have become aware of information and passed it on to the police. So it's a pretty bad situation. He said he was trying to clear his name. He did have a open line with negotiators with the police, and that stayed open for, I believe, most of the night as he made demands. One time, at one point towards the end, he even asked, as we see people coming out right now, he even asked for a priest to be put on the line. So we've got a few people coming out of the police station right now. We'll see if the FBI is going to be here, if it's just going to be Bakersfield. FBI took over this investigation shortly after, the perimeter was set up. They responded and pretty much owned this, but they've been sort of silent on the media front since then. And only information we've had, which was sporadic as well, came from Bakersfield. It was the initial call out on this. I don't know if the body is still in the Chase building. All we know is the FBI team took care of him and rescued all the hostages. We don't know the number of hostages. I believe it's 7 or 8, in addition to the 1 or 2 that were let out during the standoff, during the standoff itself. We don't know the reason. We don't know if the bomb was real or fake, if there were other devices that had to be dealt with, if he actually had training in explosives to make them think that was a serious concern, or if that was just a bluff to get attention. Couple facts we're hoping. We're not going to identify the suspect's name until it is identified by the police. We do have the case file. We had that very early on, thanks to our incredible mods who did some quick digging and found that. And we're not saying anything until the police, and that's both protection for somebody who may accidentally get named, as well as for ourselves legally. So I ask you all to refrain from trying to post anything in chat until after it's been posted and confirmed by the police. It's not a good way to clear your name, for sure. This was doing something really bad and having it be your final act is a tough way to look like the hero, the good guy in the situation. Let's see. These things often start late, but we are seeing people come out right now. Let's go full screen on that. Let's see what there's a little bit of a delay here.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you all being here. My name is Sally Selby. That's SALLYSELBY. I'm the Public Affairs and Communications Manager for the Bakersfield Police Department. I want to introduce to you Jeremy Blakemore. He is the Bakersfield Police Department Assistant Chief. He'll be addressing you soon, and also Mr. Sid Patel, Special Agent in charge of the FBI Sacramento. Please hold your questions for now. We will have 10 minutes for questions once the speakers are done. And also additional updates will be found on all of the BPD social media platforms. So for now, I'm going to introduce AC Blakemore.
Thank you, Sally. Good morning. Thank you all for attending. As Sally mentioned, my name is Jeremy Blakemore, Assistant Chief with the Bakersfield Police Department, and I'm happy to be here to give you an update on the status of yesterday's event. Today's press conference is intended to provide everyone with an update related to the event that began yesterday afternoon at the Chase Bank building just down the street from us here. But I'll preface it with the fact that this is still an ongoing investigation and there are still some details that we're not yet able to provide. Today's press conference will take place in two parts. First, I'll give you a refresher on what led up to us arriving at the location. And then Special Agent in charge, Sid Patel from the FBI, will take the second portion where he'll touch on the elements of the FBI as well as how it concluded. First and foremost, I do want to let everyone know that we're incredibly relieved to report that all of the hostages that were involved have been safely recovered and reunited with their families. There were a total of 10 members of our community whose lives were changed yesterday. Unexpectedly, but we are thankful that they have been reunited with their loved ones after this ordeal.
So 10 total hostages.
Throughout the night, their families questioned whether or not they would be seen again. But we are very grateful for the outcome and the fact that we've been able to protect their lives. Regarding the specific details that led up to this, at approximately 12:59 p.m. yesterday afternoon, we began receiving calls related to a suspect that was in possession of an explosive device who had entered the Chase Bank building at 1515 17th Street. As the situation unfolded, our responding personnel and dispatchers confirmed that the adult male suspect had barricaded himself within the second floor of the building and had taken several hostages. The suspect advised he had explosives attached to his person, which our personnel could see as well. He also told law enforcement that additional explosives had been attached to some of the hostages based on our own observations. These hostages were confirmed to be employees of the Kern County Superintendent of Schools on the second floor of the building. Numerous other employees and patrons had fled the building during the suspect's takeover, and we immediately began evacuating the surrounding area establishments to minimize additional safety concerns to our community. While this was being done, we were simultaneously communicating with the suspect in an effort to release the hostages and elicit a peaceful surrender. During the negotiations process, we were able to secure the release of two hostages, the first being at 3:59 p.m. and the second being at 8:24 p.m. As the event continued, negotiations did stall and the suspect refused to release any more victims. Given the nature of the circumstances and the resources, our department requested the assistance from the FBI, and we elected to transition our tactical teams for the remainder of the situation. The FBI assumed operational control at approximately 9:02 p.m. yesterday evening. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Special Agent in charge, Sid Patel, and then I'll follow up with some concluding remarks at the end.
Thank you very much. My name is Sid Patel. I'm the Special Agent in charge for the Sacramento FBI Field Office. This has been a horrific event. We know the Bakersfield community has been following the situation closely, and we thank you for your patience. Tuesday afternoon, June 2nd, at approximately 1:30 p.m., we received a call for assistance from the Bakersfield PD in response to reports of a bomb threat at the Chase Bank building located at the corner of Chester Avenue and 17th Street. We responded within minutes of that call. We have an office not too far from here, with more than 150 FBI personnel to assist. With this response and investigation, including our Special Weapons and Tactics, our SWAT teams, not just from our Sacramento SWAT team, but our LA SWAT team as well, our crisis negotiation teams, and our Los Angeles, Sacramento, and San Francisco FBI bomb techs that were here. We also had agents, analysts, victim specialists, professional staff, all trained for these types of incident responses that were here. The Bakersfield Police Department was supported with every available resource, including the FBI's hostage rescue team, who was deployed all the way from Quantico on the East Coast, from its base of operations. They're our version of special forces for the FBI. They're the best of the best. And they come out for situations like this. Now, we refer to them as HRT, Hostage Rescue Team. The FBI HRT, they have extensive training and experience in crisis response and deployed to situations like this across the country and even internationally on some occasions. We're grateful for their quick response. The subject, his name was Anthony Scott Searles Harris. That's Anthony Scott, and I'll spell the last name Searles Harris, Harris. He was a 41-year-old white male who served in the U.S. Army from 2006 to 2007. However, he was dishonorably discharged for going AWOL. That's absent without leave. He was no stranger to law enforcement and has a criminal history of using weapons to commit violent offenses. In 2014, he was charged with sex acts with a child under 14. He's a registered sex offender. He had tied up 5 of the hostages on the 2nd floor of the Kern County Superintendent's of School office in the Chase building. At approximately 4 p.m., Harris released one of the 5 hostages. At approximately 8:30 p.m., he released a second hostage. Bakersfield PD did an amazing job of this. Their negotiators, their SWAT teams, we were impressed. Fantastic work. At 9 p.m., our FBI SWAT teams from Los Angeles and Sacramento, we transitioned and took over the crisis site, but working jointly with Bakersfield PD and our negotiators. At 2 a.m., after our hostage rescue team had arrived, put together all the site surveys and information that they do, they transitioned and took over the scene. That was around 2 a.m. At approximately 4:30 a.m. this morning, that's when the hostage rescue team neutralized this subject. And let me be clear, he had tied up 5 of the hostages, but there were 10 hostages in there, and they were all unharmed physically. I'm sure there'll be mental scars that they'll be living with, and we'll have our victim specialist to help them. We're grateful to the Bakersfield Police Department. I've got to tell you, in the 34 counties that we serve here in the Eastern District, they're one of our strongest allies. They have an amazing workforce here, led by Chief Brent Stratton, and Assistant Chief Jeremy Blakemore. Thank you for their partnership, their professionalism during the response to this incident and continued investigation. I can tell you, for the Bakersfield community, you should be proud of the police department and who serves and protects you every single day. I know I am. We also want to thank a lot of our federal partners. ATF, they came from San Francisco to help us out. The Homeland Security Investigations, also San Francisco based. DEA, U.S. Marshals, Air Force OSI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, our local and state partners, California OES, Office of Emergency Services, CHP, they've been a strong partners for us across the state. Sacramento County Sheriff's Department Bomb Squad, they flew down here to help us out. Kern County Sheriff's Department, Bakersfield Fire, they were here throughout the night. Great partners. EMS, Halls Ambulance Service, they were also tremendous. And all the other local, state, and federal partners that were here. I mean, we had quite a bit of a response here. It was truly one team, one fight effort here. Our FBI personnel that live in the greater Bakersfield area and work in our Bakersfield resident agency, we have an office here not too far, like I mentioned, know how strong this community is. And we stand together as we heal from this incident. We also want you and the public to know how you can help us. If it's an immediate threat, of course, call 911. But if you have information about this ongoing investigation that can help us, reach out to us. Go to tips.fbi.gov or call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI. I'd like to turn it back now to Assistant Chief Blakemore. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this time, we'll take some questions.
The bomb?
Before doing some concluding remarks. Yes, ma'am.
If the explosive device was strapped to them, how did the FBI know that it was safe to utilize?
How did the FBI know it was safe to neutralize the suspect if it was strapped to an explosive device?
Sure. I'll turn it over in a second, but I can tell you from the perspective of the PD, there's a totality of circumstances that we're evaluating as these things are evolving, intelligence that we're gathering as it relates to some of the observations we had, some of the mannerisms he was doing, some of the things that we were hearing and seeing, but all of those things were taken into context. And the reality is, quite frankly, there was not a full confirmation in either direction. We always err on the side of caution in the sense of making sure that we're taking care of our victims in this case as much as we possibly can. But it was based on the circumstances that we had at the time that FBI chose to move in and make the tactical entry.
And did they enter the building, or was it from?
You want to come on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, so let me speak to that a bit more too, and I can answer the second question as well. So it's a holistic approach, right? The circumstances, how erratic is he, the individual. Keep in mind, we also had a hostage in there that we knew because the individual, she had her phone with her and was in communication with us until the phone died. And at one point, we were able to get medicine to her, but she was diabetic. And we knew that this was a loss of life situation for that particular hostage that was taken if we didn't act sooner than later. We also know because of the other circumstances and our trained professionals that of his behavior, we had to act at that point in time. And yes, the entry was made through the conversations they were having through the door and the negotiators that were working through there.
Question for you.
What kind of explosives are we talking about?
So this is an ongoing investigation. We have to find other pieces, any potential other aspects to it, ideology, any of those pieces. I will tell you there were multiple IEDs that presented a concern for us that we had to evaluate and look into and have our bomb techs look over afterwards and make sure that they were inert or not plausible. But that's probably as far as I can go with that. So we're still doing further testing on it, but we were able to conclude at this point in time that they were not a concern to us.
He was bluffing.
We're still continuing with that investigative piece. There are aspects that were concerning to us, but we're continuing on with that analysis of what we were able to obtain from that search warrant.
Did you get him a priest?
Evidence in that man's house?
We found some concerning items in there from the investigative piece, but again, we're continuing to evaluate those and look further into it.
They're talking about the house search.
Negotiations for the first and second release, were there any demands made on that? Were they made in good faith? Was there any?
She's asking about demands made during negotiations.
Yep. Those first two releases, yes, there were. It was through Bakersfield PD, and yes, there were, if you want to take on some of that piece, but yes, there
was.
We're
going to touch on that, yes. Through the negotiation process, as you can imagine, there's obvious back and forth and dialogue. Yes, there's a lot of back and forth that's taking place during the dialogue and the negotiation process. In terms of what took place during these specific ones, there was discussions and exchanges related to food and water, those types of things. There was also some elements that were related to his previous court case and in terms of materials that he wanted to see.
His case file.
So we were able to provide some of that in exchange for getting a release of the hostages.
Was KCSOS the intended target here? What can you tell about that?
It's a good question. From what we can tell at this point, again, as it's been said, this is an ongoing investigation, but it does not appear that KCSOS was an intended target in any way in terms of the employee specifically, those types of things.
Did it have to do with bank then?
Do you know why that building was targeted?
Do we know if
it's
the
still under
building was
investigation
targeted?
at this point.
And he says
Is
no.
law enforcement aware of the YouTube video the suspect made claiming his innocence?
Yes, we are. At least one video I'm aware of that we are.
Will there be a new investigation open to do it?
A new investigation in relation to what?
Why he's alleging being innocent?
At this point, it's part of the totality of the case that we're looking at anyway in terms of motive and those types of things, but I mean, his previous case history is being looked at, but I wouldn't suggest in the sense of nothing's being reopened in that sense.
They asked if they were.
No, nothing that we have at this
about
point we
motive?
can share beyond what we've already expressed.
Do we know that anybody was helping to make the license or is anybody be questioned?
At this point, we cannot confirm that. We do not have anything that leads us to believe that there was anyone else directly involved at this moment.
Chief, the demands, the subject, what is the demands?
What were the demands of the subject?
Most of it was directed toward conversations led us to believe that he was really concerned about his previous case history. There were specific elements that he was very frustrated, I think, as some have expressed on some of his social media things that he's released, that he had some concerns related to how his previous cases or case had been handled and what the aftermath of that was, his sentencing and those types of things.
What led to the FBI eventually making the raid to the building and welfare
No, I think I spoke to that earlier. It had to do with the hostage that was in there that we knew had health concerns, and there could have been a potential loss of life for that hostage, and just from the erratic behavior and how our trained professionals assessed the situation. It was the right time to do it. I'm sorry, what was that?
Was a decoy used?
So I can't speak to those particular details, right? And we usually don't speak to those details of our tactics and how we use it. But I can tell you that there's a lot of different tactics that can be used in this kind of situation. This was a little bit more upfront because we were in conversation with the individual, right? Physically there. What was that?
Was the phone used in secret, or did the suspect
Was the phone used in secret?
There were individuals in that location that were not fully aware to the subject.
Was the suspect demanding to see his daughter?
Target, then was he just trying to get your attention?
We'll find out more as we go forward with the investigation. I will tell you that at one point he had asked for, early on, that notoriety of having FBI involved as well and FBI negotiators. And so my assumption would be by targeting a bank or some federal institution, there's a greater chance to have, like a bank robbery, if there was the case, to have a federal intervention in that case. But we'll go with two more questions. So,
Was he demanding to see his daughter?
unless,
Okay. Was he demanding to see his daughter?
There was that was brought up in the conversation at one point, but there was not any communication that was taking place between him and his daughter.
Why were the hostages released?
It was based on the negotiations. Quite frankly, it was based on the successful negotiations that we had involving our personnel, again, working for hours, communicating with these folks. It was, again, those ongoing conversations that we had related to exchanges of food and water and some of the materials from previous court cases.
So we're going to go ahead and wrap this up now. Thank you so much. As I said earlier, please go ahead and follow our social media for any additional updates. Thank you.
All right.
Well, we didn't get much.
Artie's like, wow, we didn't get much. We did get a couple of the questions answered. Artie on the scene, give us the side view here.
Have a good one.
Just like that, it's done. It's gone. So that was the press conference that gave us some answers. Let me rehash some of them for you that answer a few of the questions we had. First of all, this happened at 12:59. We said it started about 1 o'clock. We were a minute off. Happened at 12:59. He entered the building, barricaded himself fairly early on, did take some hostages. They say 10 total. What we don't know is if that number included the number of people that were in the building that were not known to the hostage taker. A bit of information we got right at the tail end. But there were people in that building, may have even been inserted in the building, like willingly going in, somebody undercover who was trying to get information, but not known to the hostage taker. Let's see, we had 10 hostages. 5 of them were tied up. 2 were released. At one point, they got medication to a woman who had a cell phone and needed diabetic supplies. I'm not sure if she was one of the women that was released or if she was one of the hostages that was released. We didn't hear that, but it seems like she wasn't. If the decision to move in because it could be life-threatening for her not having medication was one of the factors in going ahead with the SWAT team. It happened on the second floor. The victims that were released, or 2 hostages that were released, were at 3:59 and 8:24. So basically, 4 hours after it started, there was one, and then 4 hours after that, there was another. So almost like clockwork, 2 were released. Then negotiations did break down. The demands were not being met. There was erratic behavior. And it just sort of built until action had to be taken and the SWAT team moved in. They won't talk about how he was eliminated. It would be interesting to see if there's I don't think they would be shooting through the glass. I don't think they would take a shot from outside. The change of trajectory in the bullet path is just there's too much risk there unless he was right next to the window for that to be done. So they did give the name of the individual. We haven't been sharing it, but that's the name we had at the get-go. They mentioned the case file. We've had that case file as well. We're not going to be going into it. It is SA in nature and involves underage, so we're staying far away from that, as we typically do on the channel. The FBI 100% was at his home yesterday. Yes. A question was asked, what did you find at the home? And they said, we found some disturbing stuff. They found some things that worried us. But at the same time, the police officers hinted that the multiple IED type devices that were used there were not of concern to them, meaning they were fake devices. They did not have the ability to detonate and cause the damage that he claimed they did. So it was a bluff, but it had to be taken seriously. How long was he in the military? Discharged after less than a year, dishonorably for going AWOL, is what we heard. People walked someone out about 1:30 local time. Was that a ruse? 1:30. That's about when we ended. I didn't see that. It doesn't match up with the times of releases for hostages. So it could have just been personnel that were around the building that moved away. Any other questions that I can answer? They took the chance that he was bluffing. Yeah, it sounds like they didn't know for sure. And there was an element of risk involved, especially if there was some sort of dead man switch scenario that was presented to them, where if he does get eliminated, it could trigger the device. How long has he been out of prison? I did not hear that. If it was told, I missed it. But it was around 2:30 a.m. It was so calm you could not even tell. I bet it was not someone from the inside. It just doesn't make sense. Glass is tricky. Lots of inconsistent microfractures. Yes, even with a high-speed sniper type round, at 308, I don't know what they're using. Barrett 50, whatever they're using to snipe with. If that was the case, you'd have to be very confident in the shot, and a long-range shot through glass is risky. Even a blade of grass can change the trajectory of a bullet. So it's not something that I think they did, and we would probably be seeing a shattered window on the side of the building right now if that were the case, which we have not seen. So everything Ari was saying last night was true. Well, we tried to stick to stuff we knew, but they mentioned something about the suspect making a YouTube video, like a manifesto or something, before he did this. Yes, claiming his innocence, wanting to clear his name. The YouTube account that the suspect used matched the name of a commenter we had in our chat during the live stream, and we made the executive decision to hide that user on the channel so the comments would not appear. But the comments that we did get seemed to be more from a troll than from an actual person. They were all in caps, and they matched. They were strange. Let's put it that way. I don't know if they were real or not, but the account that linked to that was formed on YouTube in April 2026. But it could have been a troll who renamed their account to make it look like that. All right. Just stated as an officer-involved shooting. Trolls just want to have fun. Yeah, we don't feed the trolls. So, all right, we're going to wrap things up. We have, if somebody can tell me what time our case in Florida is coming back. I've forgotten a little bit. We're following a little case down in the Panhandle of Florida, which is at lunch right now. It's with Judge Clark. It's dual defendants, both accusing the other person of doing the shooting. The person who was shot was paralyzed, did not die, and has testified against them. But both the defendants have taken the stand to testify, and I think we're almost at the end of the defense case. The state sort of rested yesterday, And we're going to see if this gets a verdict. And this is the one where the jury of 6 people might say that one person is not guilty and the other is guilty, even though they were both in the car buying drugs together and the deal went south. So 2:15 Eastern. We'll start at 2 then. Let me hurry and make a portal for that. Let's see. This one right here. This is going to be part 4 of this trial. And we're starting at 2 o'clock. So we have half an hour more. Great. All right. It's time for the music. Time to get some lunch. We'll be back. It's amazing. It's only Wednesday. We're only halfway through the work week. But it's been quite a week for sure. I'll update the portal picture here in a little bit, but need a break, need to get some lunch. We'll be back with more trial coverage and live news coverage as it comes out on this Bakersfield case, if there is any more that comes today. I think we've got about all we're going to get right now, unless it comes from a hostage or somebody related to the hostages. We're probably not going to get anything else today as the investigation is ongoing. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. We will live again at 2 o'clock in half an hour from now. We have a portal that will take you there. Please like the stream when you land at the end of the portal. And stick around if you want to watch some court with us. It's a lot of fun. You guys, have a good lunch. Bye-bye.